Nina Lindhorst?
Here.
Matt Mount?
Here.
And Joe Stopper.
Present. Okay, the first item on the agenda is public comments. Would anyone care to address the village board this evening? Ms. Redmond?
Yes, Mayor, again, I would like to see that
Could we start first by giving our names?
Debbie Brennan,
Could you spell your last name?
Brennan.
Thank you.
And since Bonnie's here, I'm gonna ask you to resign once again, as you have not done anything to help with the public and the water. Now we have the electric ordeal. Why won't you meet with us?
I'm happy to take your written questions, but as I explained before, I'm not an engineer. I'm not bond counsel. I'm not a water expert.
You
so-
should have researched this water then. If you are a mayor of this town, you should have looked out for the citizens and researched everything you possibly could on water. Why didn't you do that? You say you know nothing about the water. That's your comment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Joyce Workman, I just had a question about, I know we've had problems with the recording. Have we determined yet what the cause is of that problem?
Our speaker box down there is not working. It worked last week,
And have
at
we
least
done
for,
anything to get it looked at?
I'm trying to find someone to come in and look at it. I think it's beyond repair. We're probably just gonna have to purchase something new.
Well, we're putting out hundreds of thousands without going out and asking people about that. Can we not do a simple repair like that by calling electronic places, asking people we know? Do you know some place that does that kind of work?
That company I work for. It.
Wow, that was simple. Seriously, work a little harder at the simple things.
Especially since everybody has a right to know what's going on with their local government.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
One basic
Name,
comment.
please.
Lee Workman.
Name? Oh, thank you.
In regards to the water situation, from a corporate company point of view, if a company owns 51% of something, they typically own it. We own 90% of that water, but we're not allowed to do anything with it. Next, we get into our electric rates. We're going through what? We've come to find out the Prairie State or some entity like that, you signed a never-ending contract with. Apparently, the only way to break that contract is to sell your portion of it to another village or unsuspecting party. Now, they're high rates. They're getting dogged by every little EPA in the world, and they're only going higher. How are we getting into these contracts that have these double-barrel shotgun bullet ideas right through the skulls of the citizens, instead of trying to look at the whole big picture? In Illinois, there's supposed to be the ability to go out on the open market and get your energy in select areas. You've locked us into a never-ending battle with a coal plant that's getting dogged and sued right now, and only going up and up and up. These decisions are irresponsible. My third comment, if anybody understands the definition of no confidence, that's when the majority of the people agree that there is no confidence in the leadership of a village or government body. I've raised my hand as a show of no confidence. I wish everyone else in this room would show. The people have spoken, Mayor.
thank you. Anyone else?
Paul Packelhofer,
I need to spell that one.
P-A-C-H-L-H-O-F-E-R.
Thank you.
Some very interesting things have been going on in the village of Chatham since the water quality group got together and started asking questions. And, you know, some of them may or may not be coincidental. We'll start with Mayor Gray, who won re-election by just 38 votes against a candidate who spoke out against the water plant during the campaign. So after a year or so, the mayor announced that he would not seek another term. And by the way, the mayor's also on the IML board, more on that later. Del McCord, former village manager, former SSWC general contractor, former SSWC water commissioner, former board chairman of IMEA. He was set to retire in September of 2015, kept moving that date up, finally retired in January of 2015. John Myers, former attorney representing Chatham, not only Chatham, New Berlin, and the South Sangamon Water Commission. He resigned following an ARDC complaint and citizens asking questions about potential conflicts of interest. Then we have Luann Croy. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right or not. She was John Myers' bookkeeper. She was later hired or appointed, however, as South Sangamon Water Commission bookkeeper, deputy clerk, clerk, treasurer, and FOIA officer. William Pfeffer, former mayor of New Berlin, SSWC Water Commissioner, SSWC Treasurer, Board of Directors at SSWC Fund Depository. Mike Williamson, former trustee, former village consultant. Terry Burke was in charge of the transmission main work for SSWC, former trustee, also SSWC Commissioner and Chairman, appointed January of 2015, resigned 2016. Joe Chapman, trustee, if I remember correctly, he was in favor of forensic audit. He also stated on numerous occasions he would get Mike Southworth at the meetings to discuss funds. Now, Joe, like the mayor, is on the IML board. Mike Southworth is a bondsman, requested his presence for 2 years. Face must be on the back of a milk carton. Nobody's seen him. He hadn't been to meetings. And then Matt Mount. After his unsuccessful mayoral run, he wants a seat on the board while complaining about how bad the water is, reminding everyone that he was the lone dissenter on the vote to build the plant. After he's elected, oh my gosh, a miracle, there's nothing wrong with the water.
Praise God.
Never go to Ruth Bottrell. She was appointed Chatham's representative on the South Sangamon Water Commission. She served from March of 16 to July of 2016. Never once commented about the Curry report or the Illinois EPA response. And finally, Pat Shannon, the village clerk. He announces he will not seek another term. Weeks later, might be months later, destruction certificate for old records of meeting minutes made public. Those minutes just happened to include the time frame of when the water plant was constructed and other information regarding the plant, which was also under a FOIA request. Now, there seems to be an incestuous relationship between the stuff that goes on in the village here, friends and family. To me, some of the rats have already deserted the ship. The rest of the rats are just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Now, here's some questions to ask. What did the SSWC promise the village of Chatham? Did the village receive what the South Sangamon Water Commission promised? If they didn't, then you've got a material breach of that contract. And that will give the village an out of this nightmare called the SSWC. And as I close, one other thing, and I said it before, I'll say it again. If there's any criminal wrongdoing or any wrongdoing at all, just remember, the first person on the bus makes the best deal.
Would anyone else care to address the village board this evening? Yes.
Becky Ethel. Last time there was a meeting, I asked about $717,000 for electric meter usage, and everybody just kind of looked at me like I was some kind of an idiot. So thankfully, there are people in this community who do some research, and that's how we found out about this Prairie State Power, that we're involved in a co-op that is a lot of lawsuits. Batavia, Illinois, Herman, Missouri is trying to get out of their contracts because they were misled. From what I have been able to gather and read, we have 15.7, I believe is what it is, % ownership or something in this co-op. And that means that we have 15.7% debt that's been assigned to us. And I figured that's about $7.5 million. So if we're paying $717,000 a month to them, that works out to about $7.5 million worth of debt on top of the $55 million that we're on the hook for that disgusting water plant. I mean, was this the destiny, Mayor, you were searching for us? Joe, was this the destiny that you were searching for this village, this community, to put us $60+ million in debt? I mean, is that the destiny? Because that's what you said, this water plant's gonna be our destiny. Well, it's the biggest joke in the world. You have cost this community our homes, our health, and you sit up there, everybody's told you for the last 4 years, at least for the last 2 years, this place is a dud, get away from it. Stop it. And now they're gonna go out and bond, try to get bonds so they can make the necessary repairs that the Curry report says. Not gonna make our water better, just gonna make repairs. When are they gonna make our water better? And what's it gonna cost us? What's it gonna cost us? Do we know?
No.
No.
I've asked several times for financial future, where we're going.
From them?
No, for us to do and look at what our options are, so we can educate our community
And nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
So
You
hopefully,
know, come on.
hopefully we can get together and start to make those decisions so you guys can be educated on, what are our options? And what,
Our option is to go back to city water, light, and power. We're only gonna pay more if we pay, I think it was, what was it, $8.60 a gallon of water? Isn't that what it was? If we pay that per thousand, that we can pay off those bonds.
we need to look into it, and we haven't.
Wait, and why, Nina? Why is it? Why is it?
You've heard me sit up here and ask.
Why, Joe, why don't you wanna do it? Matt, why don't you wanna do it? Mayor, why don't you wanna do it? Carrie, I can't blame you, you're new to the game. But you know what? Here's the deal. When this all goes down,
Trustee Kinsey, you're a numbers guy. Why aren't you doing it?
and we get no answer. And we get no answer. Never get an answer.
Here's a quick answer, if you want a number. While I don't necessarily agree with the projection of the 826 from Springfield, we can look at the contract that Rochester has with CWP as one of the most recent water purchase agreements. That number, as it sits today, is $6.07 per 1,000 gallons. CWP has also repeatedly published through their articles, through their conferences, their desire to pursue a 100 option, which comes coupled with a 50% projected rate increase in their water. It's $6.07 plus a 50% increase. That's over $9 per 1,000 just from the summer.
But you know what, Dave? It's good water. It's not ruining my appliances.
And another thing, I mean, we need to, and I don't know if Mayor Gray has, but I know Trustee Clayton has reached out to the mayor of Springfield and to sit down and have that discussion. And he is more than willing to do that, to see if there is, what is the cost. But I think we have to take the steps to do that.
Yes.
So the question is
But
how
but
we
here's-
haven't taken those steps yet?
It has to be.
We're already like 2 years into crappy water.
It has to be less than 4 years.
2012, 4 years.
4 years.
Of crappy water, and we're still asking questions. I think that's what's frustrating is we're still asking the same questions.
There's
But we
not
like
It has to be done by the mayor. Now, Mayor, why won't you do that? Why won't you meet with Jim Langfelder? Why won't you meet with the people from City Water, Light, and Power and try to work out some kind of a deal with them? Why won't you do that?
Thank you for your comment.
No! That is pure, unadulterated BS, and you know it. We all know why you won't do it, because that's your baby, and your ego will not allow you to do it.
I
5
sat here in
minutes.
this chair 2 years ago, and I feel like I'm in Groundhog's Day, because it's the exact same look that we got 2 years ago.
And didn't even answer the question.
Nope, but
Nobody
nothing
has
has changed. I have been back to a meeting for 2 years, and not one thing has changed.
No.
Same looks.
Well, what has changed? Can you tell us what
Yeah,
has
what has changed?
What has changed?
This is public
Tell
comment.
them McCord retired.
Public comment.
Shannon Leonard, what has changed since 2 years ago?
They don't respond to questions.
Oh, okay. My comment is
Well,
nothing has changed
Sometimes they do.
For, they don't respond to comments.
I've only lived here for 4 years,
Oh, yeah.
and we don't drink the water. I won't let my kids drink the water. My hair falls out in clumps, my skin has layers of disgust on it, I have black mold, places that should not have black mold. It's corroding all of my pipes, the faucets, everything has lost its finish, lost its everything. It's affecting everything. Us, our houses, the way we live, look at things. The water, wherever the water's coming from in the bottles, they're sure making a profit off of us.
Yeah, our teeth.
Yeah, definitely. Everything in my whole body has changed because of this water. Not saying inner health, but I'm saying it's noticeable. And I'm not the only one.
Medically,
Thank you.
financially.
Additional comments?
I've got one. I'm John Kraft, spelled with a K. I wrote my comments this time. First, I want to address the action that you took, Mayor, last meeting by telling one of the citizens to that she couldn't continue talking when her comment was that you guys were acting like idiots, and you claimed it was a personal attack. And now, if that was a personal attack, I'm assuming you're affirming her comment. No offense, I'm just saying that's the way I looked at it. And you should also know that being the chairman of the board of the Illinois Municipal League, that issues occasionally arise when people comment to their public officials. Sometimes the public officials don't like the comments. That's you have to listen to them when you sit behind the desk. And to claim our comment was a personal attack is wrong. I'm assuming you took the Open Meetings Act, and you should know you can't regulate the content of public comments at public meetings. So please do not cut off comments in the future. And the second is the transparency of previous meeting recordings. Since we've been coming to these meetings, we've learned through FOIA requests to the State Records Board or State Records Commission that you guys have requested to destroy meeting minutes that are pertinent to what these citizens have been talking about for years, and should you decide to get out of the contract with the South Sangamon Water, might be able to help you do that. It contains valuable information. Without access to those, the citizens can't monitor your government. And a recent decision in the third appellate court reaffirmed that by stating that the people's access to information is the basis of their public understanding of the government decisions that you guys make, and to ensure that their elected officials are responsible to them and under their ultimate control. So, the public is in charge of the public bodies. I don't live here, but they put you guys here, just like people in the town elected the state. We all put the state officials there, the state put the federal officials there, not the other way around. Additionally, conducting a town hall style meeting, and I talked about this the last time I was here, encourages discussion. You can have a moderator and not run it like 5 minutes limit and then you can't talk again. Encourages discussion between the officials, employees, and the residents so everybody can get a better understanding where everybody stands on the issue. That is a better way to show you're truly interested and concerned about their complaints and my complaints. People don't want to come here and complain to you guys. They think it's their last choice. Well, it is. It's the only choice. When you refuse to have another meeting in another forum, you can have everybody, including the engineers, invite the South Sangamon Water up here to discuss everything with the moderator. There's nothing wrong with that. They want an honest effort by you to understand and communicate their concerns, and you can communicate your concerns. And I like the comment about IMDA, or maybe I can't remember. That's another one of those organizations you should probably get out of. Every place except maybe Barstow, Illinois, their electric rates have skyrocketed compared to everybody else around that isn't in IMDA. Public comments with limited time are good, but genuine concern and a two-way conversation is better. Now, back to the town hall style that I'm trying to get you to have a meeting. If you would read your ethics policy, part of that policy is that the public officials are to be responsive to the people they serve. If they keep asking for a town hall style meeting and you keep saying no, that's not very responsive. So you have a written policy, it's your ethics policy, your code of ethics. Follow it and be responsive and have a town hall style meeting. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Darlene Judd, to change the tune a little bit, minor questions about the warrants. I noticed on there that there was a fee for utility lien recording fees. Is that because of the new ordinance that they're going to start putting a lien on property of rental people? I noticed on the warrants also that there is postage for utility bills of $1,000, and then there's another one for $1,000. And then there's another one for $1,000, and another one for $1,000. One is for the, they're all four for the postage, but one is for the postage machine. We pay over $4,500 a month to send out our utility bills. Is that true? I mean, we pay the post office $2,000, and then we pay $2,000 for the postage machine. I'm just asking the question because I never really ever totally understand the warrants anyway.
Is that
Can
quarterly?
you explain that?
No.
Is that Sherry here?
She's not here today.
We'll get an answer.
I think the reason that they're broken up into different thousand groups is there's the water fund, the electric fund.
Well, I
Each of those-
understand that,
yeah.
but still 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and 1,000, which is 4,000 in 1 month for postage, which, I mean.
I'm not
we
sure
only
if,
have
I'm not sure if that's
households.
just limited to 1 month though. That might have been just loading postage on the postage machine.
Well, I'm asking the question because, like I said, I don't understand the warrants. And then also there is a $3,200 bill for Cardinal Ridge, $1,700 for Fox Creek, $5,500 for Spartan, $17,000 for water distribution model. Are those, the first three, are those reimbursed by the contractors?
Yes.
Now, the fourth one is not. That's for us to do the calibrated
Correct.
flushing type of thing, and unless we have different water, it's not gonna make any difference, because it's all gonna be back to the same. But anyway, this is really dumb. I really feel stupid. I do not know what RUGER AR 556, I'm assuming it's a gun, for $6,600.
Police department ordered a bunch of new rifles. It was in the budget.
Oh, that's more than one.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It's what?
I believe it's 10 new rifles. I think what they currently have dates back to the early to mid '60s.
Sure, it's outdated.
I recall based on my discussion with the chief.
You're correct.
And I
Any
noticed,
further comments?
well, I'm not done.
Yes, we have more.
She's not done. I noticed that we purchased oil filter and oil And in the month of July, we bought 96 cases of oil. We went through 96 cases of oil in a couple of months. I mean, that's no biggie. You know, and then we have the deal with the vac truck, and I know it's in the budget for $770,000 this year, but the thing I didn't understand, the truck costs $513,000, and we're going to lease it for 5 years for $68,000. After the 5 years, we'll say that roughly adds up to $350,000. So what happens to the other $200,000 that the truck really cost? I mean, this just makes no sense to me why we would lease anything for this large of amount of money anyway, because we're leasing it, we don't own it, we're paying interest on it, and in 5 years, all of that adds up. I mean, we just spent $10,000 on having the old truck fixed, didn't we? I could go on and
I'll
on.
do all of it. So I did talk to Shane the other day. Basically, the truck that we currently have, I believe, was purchased back in 2004.
Yes.
In order to get it back up to where it would truly need to be, he was guessing repairs in the neighborhood of over $100,000. With the lease for the first 5 years is $68,000. That also includes the company taking care of the piece of equipment, making repairs other than for tires, belts, so forth. So they take care of anything that would go wrong with it. At the end of the 5 years, we have the option to then purchase it for roughly $167,000. I believe that was the correct number. So for at least the 5 years, there would be very little maintenance, repairs at our cost.
A lot of times those big trucks too, it's nice to have that leasing option. If my family runs truck stops, they come to business, but it's really nice to have that leasing option or the buyout because they're expensive and the repairs are super expensive to do it. You know what I mean? So it's nice to have that option.
Aren't you stuck in a lease for a certain amount of time?
It's 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah. Which, you know, I mean, you're gonna pay it either way, so now you need to make sure, if you, I mean, the repairs on those type of, I'm assuming it's a diesel as well, I think, are very high.
Were they under warranty for 5 years?
They do, but that's part of the package, I'm sure part of the package.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing, you know,
So
this,
wouldn't it be whether you, I'm sorry, but as far as the lease and the relation to the warranty, wouldn't it, if it's a new vehicle, wouldn't it be under warranty regardless?
Sometimes it's
wouldn't
only
it
a year.
it could only be.
Yeah, sometimes you're looking at a year. I mean, again,
Wow, I could.
yeah, sometimes it's those big, trust me. You know.
Trust me, I know, I've been doing it for 20 years.
Yeah, I
It's
worked
longer
at-
than
yeah.
a year if it's brand
Well,
new.
my brother has owned a business for
If
years.
you buy a $2,000 car, it might have a year warranty.
Yeah, but I mean, the diesels as well, that's where they're making it. And again, that's what I'm assuming is, you know, being in the family where people repair trucks. It's like,
And, you know, the other thing, is a piece of equipment that they use on almost a daily basis, for various issues. One issue is dealing with potholing utilities. That's where you go in and you dig up around the utility to find out exactly where it's at. Some places will go in with a backhoe. All of a sudden you can hit a gas line, no good. You hit a fiber optic, it's expensive. This basically is used to help minimize any damages to other utilities when they have to be located. The other thing is the cost to rent one of these from someplace locally, and most places locally are going to require that they supply the 2 operators with it, is going to run $260 an hour. And seeing that this is being used probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 to 650 hours in a given year, it definitely pays for itself.
and I think we have a lot of, just correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, a lot of vehicles that are old and basically useless to us because we just let them,
We try to get the most out of it.
yeah, and it's,
The lease option also is that we don't have to turn around and put out $500,000 in this fiscal year to buy a piece of equipment. That way we can stretch that payment out over a 5-year period.
You still pay for it at the end.
Any further public comments? Yes.
Jewel, go ahead.
Are you sure?
No, ladies first.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jewel Brandt. I have a few things tonight that I would like to talk about. First of all, I'm going to start with our wholesale water agreement with South Sangamon. This is Chatham Ordinance 10-13, Section 5. It talks about rates. South Sangamon Water Commission is to pay the principal and interest of the bonds issued by the commission. That sounds simple enough, right? Well, we know that they're not paying on the principal. They're barely making the interest payments. So that's in violation of our own ordinance that we signed with them. It also says in Section 5, the price charged for water at the delivery point shall be the same for all municipalities which are members of the commission. And, this is really important, and shall at all times be less than or equal to the price charged by the commission to any customer of the commission. Less than or equal to. Did you hear that? We know now there are people that are getting free water. That's another violation of our own ordinance that Mayor Gray, you signed it, and Del McCord signed it as the South Sangamon Water Commission. It baffles me that this happened and that we're not even paying attention to this. This is in direct violation of what you've signed. It also says in Section 5, the commission shall give the village at least 60 days prior notice to any rate adjustment and an opportunity to audit and dispute those calculations. Now, we know from their last meeting that they're gonna raise our rates. We know that they're gonna obtain more bonds. So we're looking at a big financial question mark. Whatever they give us or offer us, they have 60 days to tell us, and we have an opportunity to dispute that. I implore you to carefully look at those numbers, because we're already paying too much for what we're getting. So, on these violations of this ordinance, the Water Interest Group is going to file a complaint. Also, we have filed a complaint with the SEC regarding the bonds that were issued. We believe they were misrepresented when they were sold. The bonds were sold to deliver a 3.3 million gallon a day plant. The plant was built for a 2.2 million gallon a day. The wells can only produce 1.5 million gallons a day. That's very misleading, misrepresentation. Hopefully the SEC will be in contact with you very soon. I have a couple other things, and I'm not sure if this is what is on your agenda tonight, except a low bid for the MFT work. I don't know, maybe that, and what I'm thinking is that you're gonna try to look for legal counsel to try to find a breach or a void in the contract. Is that what this is?
That's the motor fuel tax fund.
Got it. Anything else that's gonna come up tonight, though, that would relate to that?
C4, number 4, yes.
C4. 4.
C4 is on there.
Action on legal review of the water issues. All right. Now, if this is another friend of Joe's gonna come in here and offer his services, don't bother. Joe, nothing against you, but you brought in a friend the last time when we were looking for a village manager. That was a disaster. You wasted the village's time, you wasted private citizens' time. You wasted a lot of money, and where did it go? It went nowhere, because it was a mistake. Because he did things wrong, and we caught him in it. Don't bother. If this is Joe's friend, or anybody related to IML, don't do it. Get legal counsel on our own. Well, I mean, we're gonna have to probably do it, because we've been asking you for this for a long time. The last thing I have, and this, okay, This is a water heater. This element in here is less than 10 years old. Now, these visuals I've been bringing you guys, I don't think you really get it. You don't get it, what's happening. Look at that. Dave, pass it around, please. It's eaten. It is completely eaten through. Now, those are set up in water tanks, hot water heaters, to do that, right? So that the water tank doesn't start leaking. Those give out first before the tank starts to rust out. So it's doing its job. But that's not right. It's 10 years old. It shouldn't look like that. It shouldn't be eaten like that. Now, I brought this up before. Dave, I brought it for you again because this is your neighbor. This is out of her tap. She has kids.
He's already saw it.
She has kids. Yes, he's seen it. That's all over. And then, Joe, I brought this again for you because this is also your neighbor, a block away. I want you to look inside this pipe. Here's a flashlight. Look inside there. You see that? That's not normal. That is not normal. That is not the type of scale that's protecting our pipes. That's going in our bodies. That's going on our bodies. We have had jumps in cavities. We have had skin issues, folliculitis, extreme dry skin, hair loss, massive amounts of hair loss. I don't know how you can keep ignoring it. And I said this last time, we are really, really tired of messing with it.
Maybe they should take a drink from that bottle.
Yeah,
I don't know.
everybody take a drink.
They say the water's
Joe,
Okay, that's 5 minutes.
I need to say one more time.
Jewel can
Oh,
finish. No, no 5 minutes on somebody who does all the work for you.
She's done
and
great
right,
work
yeah.
for our community, and she gets more time.
Thank you.
Garden party got
Thank
25
you.
minutes.
I would just like to say a couple more things. Now, Dave, the last time we talked about this, you said, we're not hitting any standards that are exceeded, so we're okay. So we don't have to do anything about it. What we've learned from the Curry report, maybe you don't understand what it means, but if I say it a lot, maybe you'll get it. Chemical feed inconsistencies. That should scare the heck out of you. Chemical feed inconsistencies. Do you know what that means? Maybe you should start asking, what kind of chemicals are they feeding? We know. The citizens know. That means that on any given day, we're getting different water. It's a crapshoot. Dave, those tests are a snapshot in time. They are not a true representation of what we're getting. Not in the least amount. You are not doing your due diligence, and you are taking a huge risk by your inaction. I'm going to implore you once again, take action to get us out of this contract. If you don't, the citizens will. Thank you.
Do I need to introduce myself or? Doug Matthew. Figured you already all know that, but I was kind of called here on last minute by Jewel. But the first thing I want to say and be very stern about, she's not getting paid a dime. She looks more stressed out in the last 5 years than I've seen. I mean, no offense. But I almost started crying for her because I don't know if you understand or get it. When my water was bad and I was having $900 bills, that was my total utility bill. Let's not get misconstrued. That was just not my water, but still $900.
Right.
You didn't even know about a 1985 ordinance of your own city until I started digging and getting it, and then you found out about it. So how do you guys sit up there and don't even know your own laws? Until I started complaining, did you not even know about something from back in 1985? Right? And then after I disputed it, I had to start all the way back over, Joe, because you made me jump through all your little hoops, and then I got what, $300 back? So anyway, I'm here tonight because I'm not staying. I'll move to Panther Creek. I don't care if I got to get 6 jobs to pay the taxes there. I love this city. My parents both went to school here. The schools are great. The people are great, except for I don't know why you can't look anybody in the eye when you walk down the street, or you can't look at these people and answer her question and be honest and have any. You don't have a care in the world for us. I don't get it. I'm being cool. But I don't understand it. I can't wrap my brain around it, Mayor. Does this actually even bother you at night when you walk out of here? Does it? You sit there and look at me like, I can't wait till he gets done talking.
Yes.
When is this guy's 5 minutes up? It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. My kids, my wife's a nurse. They brush their teeth 3 times a day. She's had 6 cavities in the last year. There's no way that that's possible. It's impossible. I should have brought her. She's vicious. You're lucky I left her at home because she takes after me. But anyway, my point is she has worked her fingers to the bone. And not even anybody has hardly even flinched.
Except me.
Yes, thank you. And Mark,
That's it.
nothing against the rest of you guys. I don't know you outside of here. But when I look at you all up here, Mao, you were all about it. I voted for you. Boys, what tune are you playing on your horn now?
Yeah, he was.
So anyway, my point, the only thing I want to say, and I'll stop. I'm not trying to get, but I'm telling you guys, I won't live the rest of my life here under these conditions. It's ridiculous. Who's going to move here?
Nobody.
I don't understand it. My neighbors moved. They went to Piper Glen. They're gone. There's 6 houses for sale in our neighborhood every month. I mean, it's insane. I built a house here. I moved here. I wanted my kids to go to school here. I like it here. But I'm not going to risk my life or my kids' lives.
Amen.
And would you do the same?
He is.
Would you?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, do you care? Do you honestly care about your community? You're no different than the President of the United States. We're your people in Chatham. You're responsible for us.
I'm really confused. I don't know if the dump-like stares that we're getting, if they truly are that you don't care.
Yeah.
Or when I look at Dave Kinsey, Dave, has someone told you that? I mean, I almost feel like, has someone put a gag order on you guys and said, Jeff, are you giving them instructions that they cannot speak at the meeting?
Is that what the whispering is?
That's just a yes or no question.
No,
Okay, good,
this is the
that's
time,
all I need to know.
but this is the time for public comment, so.
But there isn't any other time though, that's
There's no
the
other
problem.
time. We
There's
can't
no
get
other
answers,
time.
period.
Yeah, that we can't get a town meeting, we can't get a Q&A, we only get our 5 minutes for us to say whatever.
That's
And
right.
you put us in a no time. When can we have a meeting? When can we get answers? Exactly. You tell us we can't talk here, but you refuse, you look at us like a dead deer in the middle of the road, all bloated and stinking. And you won't say a dang word.
And trust me,
Matt
Matt,
refuses to look at his eyes, even looks at us, because he stood and lied to us face to face. All of us. All of us. It's like, and Terry, thank you very much for speaking up on this issue. It was nice to hear someone actually get feedback that was valuable to us.
Jeff, would you please remind them that we pay their salaries? They work for us, and we want answers, and we're not getting them. We're getting stupid stares.
Yeah, I'm gonna go here too, so don't cut me off.
Kirk Allen. For several years, citizens have been raising concerns over the water quality. They've been, for the most part, ignored. As I mentioned in June, our organization was contacted and asked for assistance on several matters. In short order, we found serious problems. 3 months ago, I raised concerns with what we believe were clear violations of law regarding the ordinance the village entered into with the South Sangamon Water Commission. I identified 3 violations of law, specifically, quote, whenever any municipality determines to pay, to advance, or to obligate itself for its proportionate share of development costs as above provided, it shall adopt an ordinance declaring its intention to do so, fix the amount of its share of the cost it proposes to pay, advance or to obligate itself for, and the period over which it proposes to pay its obligation. Fixed maximum amount, obligation period, and max amount to be paid annually were all required obligations under the law of which those items are not contained in your ordinance 10-16. We believe attacking the ordinance that is void of statutory obligations is the fastest and most efficient way to get the village out of the Water Commission. My question is, why does it take 3 months from the time that this was brought to your attention for you to act on it? It's a silly question considering somebody's been fighting this for 10 years. I do appreciate the fact tonight's agenda reflects action on legal review of water issues, but must admit, I'm not sure what that really means. The Open Meetings Act outlines final action must be preceded by a public recital of the nature of the matter being considered and other information that will inform the public of the business being conducted. What legal review is being acted on tonight? Is that long-term debt related to the water, contract validity with the Water Commission, or is this a legal review, nothing more than the EPA compliance matters on water quality? As you can see, the agenda item is generic, so I'm asking for full compliance with Section 2E of the Open Meetings Act that must include a recital of the nature of the matter being considered and other information that will inform these people of the business being conducted. Next item, 6C1 of your policy on ethics, declaration of policy and purpose. The proper operation of a democratic government requires that public officials and employees be independent, impartial, and responsive to the people they serve. That government decisions and policies be made in the proper channels of the government structure, the public office not be used for personal gain or to advance the interest of family, relatives, or friends, and that the public have confidence in the integrity of their government. Mayor, you and a few others have not been responsive to the people, and many would argue obstructive. Decisions related to the Water Commission relationship were not done within the proper channels, as the attorney at the time represented each of the 3 separate parties in a contract, which is neither proper nor ethical. Once exposed, his resignation was not surprising. It's also evident public office was used for personal gain or to advance the interest of family, relatives, and or friends. Another violation of your own policy on ethics. That brings me to the last code of ethics, this last section, that the public have confidence in the integrity of its government. That statement makes the assumption their government has integrity. In order to have confidence, they must first witness integrity being exercised by those in government. It's clear from the avoidance of addressing citizens' concerns for upwards of 4, 5, 6 years, the citizens' confidence in the integrity of their government can't be any lower in this community. A recent meeting, you witnessed your city manager fabricate a response to Mr. Kraft's public comment, then admit to the fabrication when I called him out on it. He lied, and you all know it. I'm curious as to why he's still employed. As a business owner, any employee that lies to me or my customers would be terminated. It's disappointing to see public comments stand before their employer and the public they are supposed to serve and get away with fabricating responses to the public. How does lying align with your code of ethics? Does this instill confidence in the integrity of their government? In 1787, a Mrs. Powell of Philadelphia asked Benjamin Franklin, quote, "Well, doctor, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy?" With no hesitation whatsoever, Franklin responded, "A republic, if you can keep it." These people are here exercising their constitutional rights in their effort to keep their government in check. We have witnessed those rights violated in the past. In order for we the people to have trust in our government, I believe they must first see those in government operate with integrity. You recite the Pledge of Allegiance, yet all too often you forget the last 3 words, justice for all. I ask that you think long and hard about the decisions you make and understand, ignoring the public you serve will no longer be an easy path. Thank you.
Brian Mann. So I stand here and I look across all the nameplates and I see trustee. Trustee to me means that we trusted you, and I'm going to look at you 3 right here because you were there when this all started. You were there at the inception. You were there, you voted or didn't vote for it. You asked or didn't ask the right questions. That word means that we trusted you to make the decision. You failed. The decision was wrong. It was wrong. Now we're looking at a power issue. See these people here? They're not going to stop with the water. It's going to keep going. If you were wrong on the water, were you wrong on the electric?
Yes.
Sure seems like it. It's just anecdotal at this time. We brought in physical proof of the water issues. Nothing. Understand one thing. You're all on trial. You're on trial of public opinion. And come April, there will be a decision made by the people. You better understand it. You're on trial.
All right. Well, since we have the Garvey precedent and we already had other people go over it, I'm assuming I can go over my 5 minutes. That's correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, water plant timeline. This is pre-South Sangamon Water Commission. I'm going to start in 2001. It actually goes back to 1988 on a lot of things, but it would boggle your mind to see how far back this goes. Everything I'm going to list here in the next couple minutes, remind you, pre-South Sangamon, pre-May of 2009. They said it. He did a legal review already of the South Sangamon water plant. Starts in May, June 2009. That's what they presented to us. Completely bogus. And you'll see the proof of that now. March of 2001. Feasibility study by EMC and Water Commission with Rochester. In 2005, we split with Rochester and the commission was dissolved. In September of 2005, they did a financial study of the village. They wanted to see how much we made, how much money was coming in, how much we could afford. June of 2006, resolution was passed for the water well fields. Master agreement with EMC, who's the project manager, and Green and Bradford, the engineer. 2006, November, bid for services and data collection on well field. December 2006, water team met with well field property owners. February 2007, test wells drilled and plant estimated to cost $19.2 million. March 2007, design addressing surface water influence on wells. Mind you, that is only one of many comments by multiple engineers, Illinois EPA, and everybody else other than people that this person picked, Del McCord and others from EPA that would actually write off on it, all said it is under the influence of surface water, affected by pesticides, pollution, bacteria, and everything else. Every single one. And we'll get to that a little bit later. March of 2007, April 2007, test well field complete. Still 2 years prior to South Sangamon Water Commission, mind you. Software for GIS has been ordered, which will enable the VOC to fix the location of utility meters. Why do we need that? The water plant wasn't even made yet. May of 2007, start paperwork for financing with the IFA. Interesting. June of 2007, public meeting at 7 p.m. on July 17th to discuss the water plant. Darlene, thankfully, she's the FOIA queen, FOIA copies of the public notice of that event. We received statements saying no records found of anything running in the State Journal Register or the Clarion. No notice was given of that meeting, no record of that meeting ever happening. August 2007, authorize the treatment plant, well field, and transmission line, proceed with final design and financing. August 2007 also, President directed to terminate CWLP contract. That would be you. August 2007 also, kickoff meeting for water supply project design team for acquisition, bonding, goals, design schedules, and engineering needs. September 2007, now here's a kicker. Clerk Shad, who's not here tonight, unfortunately, his computer had technical difficulties and out of service for the last few weeks. The minutes of all items in the last month, not public, not known. So all those last three things, termination of the CWLP contract, the formation of all that stuff, all the design kickoff, nobody knew of any of that kind of stuff, no record of that. Of course, that was before it was published on the web as well, so there was nothing that the public could have known about that. September 2007, $2.5 million bridge loan with the IFA was issued. September 2007 again, Donahue, EMC, and the village met with Illinois EPA and confirmed water to be considered under the influence of surface polluted water. February 2008, the village of Chatham does not want to test the filters. April 2008, a delay, request by the Illinois EPA again to conduct the test on the filtration systems. July of 2008, village of Chatham, on their own, buys $1.1 million of microfilters from West Tech. January of 2009, we joined with New Berlin to form a water district. Why was that important to the village at that time? New Berlin was under orders to replace their water supply. So now we just tied into New Berlin, who had a need. And so now they could sell it to the public that there was a need for us to get something different because of New Berlin. So this water plant, they had already started building, already started buying stuff for, they could wrap it all up in there. Months later, South Sangamon Water Commission was formed because it started as the New Berlin Water Commission. Chatham, the New Berlin, and then they rolled it up conveniently into South Sangamon Water Commission. All of the above events, as I indicated, and many more happened well before the South Sangamon Commission was formed in May of 2009. So everything that you presented from there on was all invalid because everything was already done and decided long before that. So when you do your legal review, I hope your legal review includes the accurate information and not stuff that you've been directed by the mayor or others to include 2009 and on for the South Sangamon, because that is not where our water plant started. All right, so moving on from the timeline because there's just way more than that. Other things that we know. Del McCord lied about our backup water supply. We had none in the village until August of 2015. 415 ILCS 544H states any person who knowingly makes a false, fictitious, or fraudulent material statement orally or in writing to the Illinois EPA commits a Class 4 felony. Del McCord committed a Class 4 felony by stating that we had a backup water supply when we did not. So when we had any kind of emergency, if we had a fire, any kind of boil order, anything else, we had no backup. We ran blind. If the town was burnt and we didn't have water, we had no backup. He put us under severe risk. That's a Class 4 felony. Hope you understand what that means.
Is there a statute of limitations on them?
I don't know. Maybe our attorney would know that, or he could research that, or we have to probably find independent counsel because I don't think that he can. He's directed by the board. I don't think he's going to be directed by the board to research all this stuff. So this is part of the stuff we'll be discussing at the Citizens Water Quality Interest Meeting on the 26th. So I hope everybody attends and invite other people because this is the stuff we need covered. Because we're not going to get truthful information from him or anybody else he appoints to any of these boards. Continuing on, Del lied to the public often about water quality, saying publicly and in writing there were no problems when really, among thousands of other things, high manganese, high chloride, water off the chart corrosive. Test results from Water Solutions Unlimited confirmed in December of 2012 that that water was corrosive. Corrosion intolerable is the level. It stops at 9. Our level was 9.4. We have emails from Del McCord, from the Illinois EPA and others. He knew about it. Dan Held knew about it. Others knew about it. This is not something that was hidden. This is months after going live. This stuff has been flowing into our bodies, our kids' bodies, our houses. They're telling us it's mold in our stuff. It's our house. It's our plumbing. It's our responsibility. They knew about it, among many other things. We have lots more information at the meeting. One of them is, well, I won't get into that. We'll talk about it at the meeting. There's this. All right. Also, mayor and the board members have lied repeatedly to the public, saying there were no problems with the water. The water is fine. The water is getting better. How can it get better if it's fine? We're making improvements. It's got black stuff in it. It's got mold growing on shower curtains. It's causing itchy stuff. The Curry report conducted, itemized every single process control at the water plant as a problem. Our mayor issued a press release to the State Journal Register, which said, Curry report was great, everything looks good. The spin was so awful, he basically said, South Sangamon looks forward to fixing everything that's in it. You can't fix everything. Mark Curry, what was his name? At the intermediate school, he basically said that plant was not designed correctly. It will never build us correct water. It will never be as good as CWLP. And that's what we were sold. Water as good as CWLP. It can never be. We have an engineer who said that. It will never be cheaper. We were told it would be the same or cheaper. It can never be. We also, as Julie indicated, free water, free tap deals existed before the South Sangamon. We just went to a meeting a few weeks ago about that, 2 months ago maybe. And they didn't know about that. Why didn't they know about it? Because those deals were made before the South Sangamon Water Commission was formed. How can that be? The same timeline we just went over. That's why they don't know about those free water deals. They existed before that plant. So if everybody's supposed to get the same water, we should all be entitled to free water.
It's free water.
Yeah, it's free water. Who gets free water, Mayor Ray?
Jeff, can you explain?
Yeah, I think that has to do with the.
So then you get free water?
No, I think it has to do with the acquisition of the easements as part of
The easements that happened prior to South Sangamon Water Commission. So you're stating that you know publicly that,
Let me qualify this, I have to go back and verify that, but that's my understanding, is it's something to do with the acquisition of.
acquisition of easements prior to South Sangamon forming them.
Again, I'll have to go back and get that information.
So you're saying you don't know the answer to that right now?
That's,
We do.
that's my understanding.
Yeah, we do.
Can I interject one real thing real quick?
Sure.
I think when the city or anybody else, public body purchases something, there has to be a finite price on it. Free water forever is not a finite
It's
price.
20 years, 6,000 gallons for 20 years.
And that's still not a finite price.
And I know we have those, I think we've been getting those documents, and if you guys don't have them, those are things we can look at.
We believe Jeff, it's all right.
Yeah, we'll get those. So the other thing we talked about was shad. Right after Darlene requested village meeting minutes from 2003 to 2009 to research this updated timeline that we found, Clerk Shad sent in a request to have those meeting minutes destroyed. I can't tell you how frustrating that is to have public officials that want to destroy the very evidence that would help us to get out of this contract. Makes it seem like he was directed or he was directly involved in that to be told to do that.
Now, meeting minutes can't be destroyed, are you talking about the recordings of the
Under a
meetings?
FOIA, the recordings of them that was under a FOIA request, he explicitly called to have those destroyed.
The reason the recordings are critical, as many may not be aware, minutes don't always reflect the actual recording.
Right.
But the minutes themselves cannot be destroyed by law.
But they
we're
can
talking
be-
about the recordings.
A lot of things can't be done by law, but they have obviously been broken.
They can be missing or adjusted. Because one of the things that, there's so many conflicts of interest. We had Attorney Myers that was holding on to our documents for years. We had to go to his office and get those documents. So who knows that he has a special vault of documents that are, these are the meeting minutes to release. You have to get certified copies that they actually sign off that these are the legitimate ones, because otherwise they'll give you ones that could have all kinds of variations.
He can ask somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had those before. That's one of the things the watchdogs have taught us, is that they'll give you a thing that's not certified, they can give you whatever they want. It could be 50% of the information, it could be 10%. Unless they certify it and say that that's accurate, and that's what they've done a lot of times. They give us something back, we say, no, we want it certified. They say, well, we can't do that. So that's a red flag. If they can't certify that stuff as actually valid, or this is our best effort, best guess, that means that that stuff that is gonna get them in trouble.
Who has the authority to authorize those tapes to be destroyed?
The local records commissioner, but my understanding
Who
is
is
that.
that? The Secretary of
Secretary of
State.
State's office. But I think that was pulled back and there's nothing being done. also.
Yeah, after citizens revolted, they pulled that.
It was initiated, Jeff, not.
I'm just,
put on our full mask.
No, I-
Of course it was pulled
I'm just saying that obviously nothing was destroyed, so.
But the meeting minutes, as Darlene and Andrea have spent countless hours in the last few weeks listening to the recordings, they were taped over 3, 4, 5 times. There might be 5 minutes of meeting. Lots of stuff that's on those meeting minutes, not conducted in a 5-minute meeting that they had recorded minutes of. So that stuff was conducted elsewhere. That was not conducted here. That's not public. So I don't know where that was being conducted at, but it certainly was not included in those minutes of the audio recordings of it. And that's why they want those destroyed. So all those meeting minutes that has all that information, we don't know. Also, as Jewel talked about, the bonds were sold for 3.3 million gallons. We actually have a document that says we want it designed for 3.3, we want it built for 2.2. Those bond documents say 3.3. If you're going to contract for a hotel for somebody that's 100 floors and they give you 6, are you going to be happy with that? Whatever they build for you?
Only if it's other people's money.
Only if it's other people's money. So when they come back and they ask us, hey, you guys want a bigger plant? You want more stuff? Well, fine, we'll give it to you for more money. We've already contracted for that. 3.3 million gallons. So anything else to expand that should be on them, not a dime to us. That quality of the water, we shouldn't be fixing that. They already said they're going to CWLP water. There's only 2.2 constructed. And in 2009, it actually states the 10 wells can only produce up to 1.5 million gallons. We are currently sitting at 1.2 to 1.3 million gallons a day right now. So we're almost at maximum capacity. So when we have low flow, you know why. Those wells, with all of them going at the same time, and they have well failures all the time. Bacteria in wells, cement, they've had to pace them over, lots of problems. It's just historical. So they keep throwing on these other subdivisions, Cardinal Ridge, whatever else they're going to do. That's going to drop our water pressure even lower. They're going to come back to us and ask for more money to give us more water? No, we don't need, we paid for that. We paid $50 million. We've already paid 2.5 to 3 times what that plant was originally supposed to cost, and we still have crappy water. Now, the fun one. So, several months ago, we talked about when Lee Bloom was appointed. You made a statement in that meeting, July 12th, and you said, I never stated that he was from Jacksonville. It's an interesting thing, being an IT guy and knowing that there's been a lot of lies here. I actually did a live recording of that meeting that day.
Fine, I might have
No,
misunderstood.
just listen. Just listen. Okay, that's not the point of this. Okay, so I asked you about that, and you said no. So in the live recording, it actually shows you saying that. That's the live one. In the one of the live stream, we tried to download that after the fact. It was locked for editing. I didn't even realize YouTube videos can be edited on live stream. Edited out. We couldn't get to that file for an hour afterwards to download that. Amazing that that video we downloaded, your statement is no longer there. The audio recording that Monty made that same day has it in there. So how can you state that you, if there was such confidence, unless somebody stated to you, it's been removed? Otherwise, you can't make that statement.
About it.
I'm guessing you don't. I would answer that too. So you have 2 things that show that you state that, and the one that the citizens see, you didn't make that statement. Do you know, as far as who was it? President, 18 minutes of audio. Nixon. Everything else that took him down. What took him down? 18 minutes of missing audio. We have 3.5 minutes. We actually sent it off to somebody. I said, hey, look at these 3 different meetings and analyze them. See what's missing from them. See if you find anything. They found the exact minute that yours was. You can see the jump in it. It's been edited.
I don't know anything about that.
Somebody does.
Well, that's good.
I got just a few more things to wrap it up, but that's a pretty good one there. So we don't even want to get into all the Illinois EPA violations that they've had. The Curry report, it's just a nightmare. And we're going to cover it more at the citizens meeting. There's just so many. I mean, inconsistent fluoride, which is a neurotoxin. Manganese, neurotoxin. Those affect brains. Those affect kids. Everybody in this community. People that go to the schools, not just get the water here, but to go to schools and get it. The food is prepared for it. What about your sweet corn festival? Where's that water prepared? For all that corn that's boiled in? Is that corrosive water?
Yes.
You got to think about these kind of things. What are you feeding all these people, all these kids, all these visitors that come in? If you're giving them that water that you know is corrosive, Dell knows is corrosive, all these other people know they're producing that water. Has been tested every time. All those issues, you're giving it to them. Yeah. Okay.
Good job.
Mayor, if I may, one quick 10 to 15 second comment. On your item 4C, action on legal review of water issues, I would encourage this board on that topic, give the attorney the freedom to identify anything that he sees as potentially criminal, be turned over to the proper authorities as has been done in the city of Bloomington.
Thank you.
Here again, just say, one of my kids gets a brain infection and you're still around, there's going to be a problem. That's enough to make me want to move right now. A brain infection. Did you hear him?
Do you care?
He doesn't.
Does that hit home somewhere with you?
Let's have a motion to go into closed session.
Before we go, our request for that is regarding legal review for our water agreement for South Division.
I think looking for a breach, I'm assuming?
Yeah, just the original contract with the water.
And I foresee we will have quite a bit more explanation discussion on that after we get out.
The mayor's got to go direct everybody what to say for the rest of the meeting.
What's going on with the executive session?
So the executive session is to discuss under Personnel 2C1, part of that is the appointment of legal counsel, potential litigation under 2C11, and then a collective negotiating matter under 2C2. So if somebody were to make a motion.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Would you, take the roll, vote please?
Okay.
So are we gonna get any answers? Is there any answers to the questions that we talked about tonight? Yes. Is there gonna be some public forum where this information will be addressed? Yes. If the public is not doing that, you know, if people
Oh,
up there are supposed to.
The village will respond? No, they won't respond. They won't respond.
We will be coming back out after closed session. We will be taking action on various items, and then proceeding with some committee items.
How long is that going to be?
I don't know, hopefully 10, 15, 20 minutes, maybe more.
Stop recording, or are you gonna record this one?
It's gonna keep recording,
Why?
because there is no pause on it.
Okay, right toward there, that's so perfect.
Hey, come on. Not
I like it.
Oh, right, yeah.
wonder what happened.
Stepping out here I'm ready for a beer. My team won. My team won the first game. I hope the Raiders. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, high school? Yeah. Isn't it great they can stream those games and stuff? Mom, dad, hearing aids. I'll take it up there.
I used to take my dad up there all the time. Then
It's too nice and water to put you out.
All right, nice to meet you guys.
When they were in there, they just used that. Together, July 31st. And I was driving southbound lane. And now I have a partially dislocated for that.
Where is it? She's got a week later. Yesterday. She was right before that day. I have a longer, That'll be the next thing. We'll just adapt to our situation. Come on. That's not fair.
23 seconds into the video, he had a bunch of guys from Chicago tuning all around, and they said the audio is cut out of the video. That's private, but you guys, somebody was saying. I'm starving.
So this thing wasn't working.
No, 23 seconds and then it shut down. We had people up in Chicago watching. Technicians.
Yeah.
And then there's like,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's on there. I love the yellow line. Did you see all the colors? Kim. Oh, yeah, you saw it.
a lot of bad restaurant people watching.
Wait, all together?
I guess.
There's no video with people on What's the problem?
Oh, yeah.
It's not
What do you think?
Huh?
What do you think about that? Right here, Grace, please. Oh, this is probably got one of these diseases.
I know really for this is made. Unfortunately.
We better talk a little bit louder. Great
So there are a few things.
She didn't demand any money.
No, I wish she had.
You can hardly hear it.
I thought it was working, so I didn't go back out to the car and just.
Oh, Darlene, you don't ask that. What did he say?
I didn't like our order.
He's making
A lot of everybody
That's why it gets pretty bright. Yeah.
I love it.
I
congratulate you.
Maybe it's cheap. Oh!
You mean they just left?
I think it's great.
There's some things that there's some discussion.
Yeah.
No, they don't know. It's my role.
I was thinking. We're done. Mom watching this TV? Hi, Mom. Darlene, go talk to the camera. Talk to the camera, Darlene. Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. He's still watching your series. What he wants us to do is actually our responsibility.
Well, you know what they told us? It was what the residents said, like, that's what they want here.
The speaker's broken, all the speakers broken. Yeah. And they've been trying, someone offered to fix it, and they said, no. The speaker's broken, and they've been trying to find somebody to fix it. So it's even nice to work for them. It works for them. Well, all they have to do is make a phone call. They could call anybody, they're full of shit. You can't use that.
He was the first one, but just wheel, yeah.
Something's broken underneath here. Yeah, there's a box, there's a bunch of boxes. Yeah. There's the computer box, and then there's a stack of things. I can't clap anymore because I really messed up that now
He's like, you with the whole hour. He's like, you know, this section, and like that.
filter job, and I don't know, it's like my animals.
Yeah, no, we have a whole house filter, and we make our kids, we have the reverse osmosis. We make our kids take bottled water to school. One of my kids always brings her lunch, and then my other kids, if they are cooking something at school that requires water, like a pasta, they bring their lunch to school.
Now, my grandkids all take their lunch to school. And they didn't used to. So I told my daughter, I said, don't let them drink anything or eat anything from school.
Yeah, and I tell them, well, and right now I guess they're not required to shower, like in high school, like after gym or whatever. But I already told my daughter that if they ever tell you that you are required to take a shower, then you call me and I will just go right down to the school and be like, no, no.
The school would be smart enough not to do that.
Well, the kids in early bird, my best friend's son is an early bird, so he's at school at 7, they go at 7:30. They are required to take a shower after early bird.
They're easy. It's America. They all bring care.
It was great. It was great. Nina's comment was the best comment I've ever heard.
What'd you say?
So they tried to go on the 5-minute day, and Nina was like, oh no, you're giving us the time.
A year ago.
I think they, I don't know why they don't have.
Yeah, that'd be something.
Why they're,
So was that?
So here's my, you've got a fire, my beer.
Oh, my God.
Now, this year, it's clean as
There's a sign.
This kind of scale. I'd like to meet
I soaked this in vinegar.
She did too.
Yeah.
She did too.
And then I soaked mine the whole season, and it's ran on the last, winter, I just looked at it, clean as a whistle. And then you see,
You see that?
I don't know. There was right, she's sitting there quiet, but I mean, I got you crazy. Water tower, water towers.
I had a very lot
Covered with like.
Oh, I bet
the show 60 minutes.
across the street, because I can tell people that.
I should use that. I love a doctor, and I knew they did different antibiotics. But I don't know. Send somebody out to.
Oh, now it's pneumonia, now we'll give you an inhaler and steroids. Yeah, I just still, I'll get sick after 3 months.
Did he leave?
I don't know, he wants to hear it.
Right, because every year it's like, by the way,
Yes, I got time. And then after two, it's all scheduled here, like, just.
You know what that
Pieces.
is? You know what happened? I do these things that like cool water, that's the piece that came out in like Chatham.
This is cyanide. That's
This is plugging up with this.
that it was leaking. And so they replaced it. This is what.
How old is it? Got a screed broke.
That I don't know. But it's right by the house.
I might like to his wife says I have a wife. She told me that.
He said good plants.
Well, then I need to take a picture of my back plant. That one that has those red flowers on it, has all the yellow leaves at the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna water and chat.
Yeah, all my flowers.
Those eventually. So now I go out there with the filter thing and water.
My flowers are, I did the first thing I did. I got 32 years.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes me feel.
My garden. That I got to the point where I knew my, it's not my regular flowers. That's not.
And it was an architect that owned it.
Yeah.
And he did really horrible.
Mine too.
I got a lot of gardens. This weekend, I was working with my house.
The minute I heard about the water, I went.
That's what I use.
So they don't know what they are.
And it does help.
It does. I never lost anything with water.
Alright, they know 60 minutes was coming tonight?
So.
No. You didn't even know.
So we don't know.
Till you guys were desperate.
No, that's, ladies and
Hey, let's check or something.
And we should, we should tell them either.
Oh, I said, wow. Unless you really knew where to begin, so that's about 60 minutes.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
They have not complained.
That's where.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know about it, did they?
Yeah, we had a research. They said they hadn't received that on the flight. So we had it right there. I just can't tell them what's that line. I said, here it is. I'll give it to you right now. They allowed service of the night. She told me. So.
And then Laura,
Yeah.
said something to you, she had picked.
Again. Wow.
You're getting mine.
It's in the road. But that's where the Berlin's in these paints. Well, I don't know why we pay so much. The paint pays $600 for the rough one, but it's rough one. And when the Berlin they do, Jones.
Well, where does the mail go to? Why would Laura not get the letter? Because she emailed Jewel and said she had to pay.
Oh, that's your lucky number.
So women's, why is it down, saying the gas water?
It
That is the main address.
So she was
Like all,
So she lives in Springfield, and she has to go all.
right now. No,
Are you listening? I don't know. That's awesome. I was all this stuff in here. You know, like, it's so cool.
It's pretty obvious.
I just hear
Yeah. And you know what? I wanted to say, and I was.
Yeah, you know, I had my spine hand together and like, said bye, and I was like, I'm just gonna get T-bone.
That's the biggest bunch of shit. It's gonna be awesome.
And now I have
Oh,
a
you mean
partial
reminders?
Yeah.
Which is awesome. To stay there. They didn't want Myers.
Yeah, he's aggressive.
Is it better when you say Myers is, or is there something else?
John Long and,
You're right,
Robert
Myers.
Reagan. Yep. Robert Reagan is Myers.
Okay, yeah, my the properties where the utility told me I gotta go see, I was
That was one of my things. There was two things in there, girl. I think there was one in there about filing for them to be able to keep two
Yes.
buildings. Yeah, they're all just beginning to go back.
Yes.
Until the property owners get together
Or to sign it.
and nothing's gonna change.
I looked, yeah.
You know anything about the apartment market?
And he doesn't.
Oh.
He doesn't want to.
People that's.
I like finding surprises.
That's what he told me when she got. She's right here.
She doesn't rent a section.
Thank you, Kate. No, you have a
I like
form
old
you
things.
fill out.
To make sure you're.
You have to have a certain. Did you find it? You know, time was like.
Well, I mean, it's a
I mean, well, it was mine.
Yeah, they're just hoping that we'll just leave.
No, he was probably in there fighting like a cat.
We should all just go hide over there and they come out. See what they're talking.
What was the pay for this?
Oh, this is the first time I've seen the 700,000. It's around 600, 500, 400, every single one.
When she watched it,
Are they selling?
Well, I just started, so maybe I told you,
waiting.
and we need to
Oh,
get
yeah?
back to,
Okay, see, oh, that's what you take it.
the beginning.
But that's what
Calls,
Because I probably require 100 times. Or
yeah.
Maybe that's not very good. He's out. Put on the ticket and go. I heard that. I was not.
She gave it to me. Your little British shirt is really cute.
I think your numbers on your wall.
They have any questions or comments, like, I'll pull into your voice and get them. Here's my advice, I
You're correct, I mean.
why?
These days, they're like 20 dollars, you use 2 hours, 3, 2 breaks. That's the only thing. Well, the problem is, you're right, this would be. Dry out. That's what he's
They're asking, that's another violation there.
$18,020.46 transfer property tax. What property transfer from?
When I said they were such and such. Like, oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that now.
But then she says on the road, what MRT work will it include handicap ramps? Anybody?
What?
That's too costly. Florida Churchill, did you see the questions?
Huh?
Why?
Gotta get to 8:30.
Exclamation
Guys,
point.
they're 5 o'clock is really fun.
39.
Dumpster bid, no question mark.
That's for the dog and
Dumpster for weed.
Sunday had.
$18,020.36.
I've got
Transfer, property tax, question mark, what property?
No, it's very human.
Well, it transfers from that to the village. That's how the village pays.
And then,
No.
and then she said, odd 16 to 46. What MRT work?
Those are the things that stink for a while.
Yeah, there might be more puzzle time in there. What keep going?
What MRT work? I don't know.
It's already.
I can't believe nobody checked in there. That's from in there.
I know.
Yeah, I went in there and looked at the back of the toilet tank.
$3,000 a month for example, story.
Still were like, we give it an offer. And the offer was
We're guaranteeing a rate.
And did you notice
So it would be 5% more. Without the sprinklers.
I'm sure they have.
I just say 2008, 2009.
Well, when they were negotiating, not their favorites, they already signed that contract out there discussing. They pretended like they were gonna go on with these, acting like they were gonna negotiate. But they had already signed the contract to apply water to the
I don't know, darling, you should look at this.
Right.
It's really interesting. Of course, this would be somebody who knows, we don't have.
Just have to read it at one time.
Like you're in the post office.
Put your water plants on.
I have boys.
Boy,
That's
that's water.
I have
How old
one is right. He does the water.
Thank Chris. You used I mean, extravagant that day. That was fun. Give away a lot of things, a lot of education. No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep like this thing. Yeah. I started cleaning.
That should be a hard question for them to answer, do they get a bulk rate or not? Well, the thing of it is, I know you buy the machine, I know you get a bulk rate, you can get a bulk rate. But that's a different thing, that's a different thing. That's a way you. We always have. And you just buy it, whatever amount. Now say you're gonna be on something that's 44 cents, you're gonna buy something that's $6.70, you just put those things. You don't print any amount on it that you want.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
That's different from one. Right.
It's quick on.
Yes, you need to sort those things out. It has to be-
Atomic quick, easy.
Right.
Yes.
Well, sure. Would you come? Where they have, I mean,
Oh, gee.
There is no.
All you have to do is show you what is the cost of our bulk rate. Yeah, what is the breakdown of our
Still
postage?
hold up in the right way.
Because they do certified letters.
Oh,
They
good,
do
because I heard that they got the last
envelopes,
piece.
I've gotten a few, they
You all are
the utilities.
Oh.
You know what, Jeremy?
All the way out to,
But I already see the envelope.
Well, I'm telling
Woods
you.
different.
We need to, yeah, I can see it. So if anybody's not, you know, yeah, I don't even know if they have anything on it. That's what I'm trying to think, I can't remember, I don't think there's any stamps or anything.
There's not any stamps.
I mean,
Yeah, there's no stamps, it's printed, it's printed.
For a,
There's a printed.
June line of this.
Or is it printed? You know, what does it say?
Jewel, do you have your, are you the one who showed us your, no, that was Debbie. Debbie.
The utilities. What else there's?
We have all the reports there.
Because,
I have the, right down on the bar.
No, we're talking about how they mail the bills out, are they all great?
See, I know the post office offers something new which comes in, but I don't
And
remember
then-
what it is, because I don't do any of that.
Yeah.
Friends,
They're
but
I think I hold my envelope at home.
That's an issue.
I don't remember
But,
seeing any
they're
stamps on
accountants.
that has really to
They
check.
have to build them.
Yeah, but they have.
I mean, that's a big operation. They will.
Yeah, but 49 and went down.
Nobody realizes that until you go behind it.
That's right. I mean, I know we have a close machine, we have, sometimes we pay, 24 hours, sometimes it's 12,000 months, sometimes it's 2 times, not 1 time, 2 times. So now why would you even break that down? Because it's the bill. Throw you off.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's for us to tell them what we're looking at, so they can check into it and change, put it well. And of course Sherry's not here. No, she's not.
It's pretty neat.
Not that she could. Yeah.
I love Danny's interpretation of that.
She'll be here for a while.
Look at
And you know, in earlier minutes, she actually talked. In earlier minutes, she actually talked.
It's pretty color down there.
I mean, she actually brought down.
It is, man. It's like a
Yeah.
red.
Yes.
Oh, did you?
Okay, not this way.
Right, first of all, I made the mistake, they're in executive session, they get back to say something to somebody, I come back out and spoke for it. And they would flip so weird all the time. That's wrong.
Oh, yeah, you can choose your language.
I'm working on that.
But now,
I was so proud of myself and it's on Jazz Central.
when I did this, if I don't get it,
I always text Jeff, did you put this on here?
I don't have an answer for you.
And I think that you want, I check your like dates.
you know what, I think I realized too, that sometimes I don't clear my things like this, and I'll clear it out.
I didn't really have to. I was sitting there 4 months like, you know.
The posting.
Yeah, If you go to, there's that little car right there. I was sitting right there 5 minutes when it happened. And somebody was on phone.
My heart's beating so fast.
Somebody said he read all that shit.
No, they shut out.
Lincoln Town.
No, all mail to
Like
Chatham.
they got looking for like buildings at first.
And then it comes back.
You tell something to your next door neighbor, drop it off down here, it goes to the police, and it gets rerouted back.
And then it comes back in.
Even though it was.
No, I take that back. Then it goes back.
It's too late. It's too late. Stop your mail and to ask the other mail and something to another day.
No, they're not.
You know, I didn't read that, I mean.
Those were always fun days.
That was the second time, because that's when I was.
You can even.
Is that why we're
They said this.
From here.
But I mean.
That's right. Exception of. Yeah, the probably Christine, they're asking what questions on your. Yes, questions, yeah.
I think I got mine.
Next time, that's when I was.
Well, what's this?
Well, I don't know what that makes of you, Mike. Yes. No, the one about.
Here.
Now,
Your head.
yeah. Your head. Yeah, that's what it said.
Oh, wait, I want to see that,
Yeah, never mind. I didn't really know what that meant. I don't know. Yeah. That's what I told you.
Well,
There's a person.
So, only time I'm gonna get a box.
Well, we have to be honest with you. We really feel kind of sorry. Because we didn't know what kind of essential we were getting involved in to do this job. Sure you did. I warned
Can I have a motion to go back to the regular session?
I'll make that motion.
We have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Jeff, you wanna summarize?
Yes. Actually, while I get my notes together, why don't we go ahead and go under the action items, and then we'll get to that on the board.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes from the last special
I'll
meeting?
make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Does that need to be a roll call? Oh, okay, take the roll, please.
We're doing.
Approve minutes.
Minutes only, we're not doing.
Clayton, Dylan. Kim C, where do
He will be back then now.
should we wait till he's back?
No, you can.
Okay. Fountain,
Here.
Nina Lindhorst,
Yeah.
and Matt Mao,
Yes.
and Joe Shopman.
Yes.
Okay, can I have a motion for payment of warrants?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Hearing none, would you take the vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Trustee Kimsey, we're approving the warrants. Terry Fountain,
Yes.
Nina Lindhorst,
Yes.
Matt Mao,
Yes.
Joe Shopman.
Yes.
Accept low bid for MFT work ordinance. Have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Discussion?
You need to make sure our team's ready for this. The staff team is ready for our dates as well. For RFPs, when they come in, they're ready to discuss it, and then our front desk is aware, our village staff, office staff is aware for RFPs of those dates. So I think the RFPs are going out, and there was an issue where somebody came to me, we need to make sure they know, because they came in, they didn't even know it was due. So we need to make sure we're doing these RFPs and asking for that we are prepared.
I'll make it.
No, on, that is on an RFP. Sorry, I got ahead of it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got ahead. We're good.
I
Keep going.
didn't have a clue on what you were talking about.
Instead of the RFP.
Can you take the vote, please?
On the MFT ordinance. Dave Kimsey,
Wait, no, I think I was about to explain it.
oh, I'm
The low
sorry.
bidder was United Contractors Midwest. They submitted a bid of $113,126.67, which was below the engineer's estimate of $152,773.
And what does this work for?
It's the MFT work for They're going to be doing improvements to Magnolia Drive and Marblestone Drive and Walnut Street. We're also doing MFT work on Oak Brook, but our own crews will be doing that this year. But this is the bid for those three streets.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, would you take the vote, please?
Yeah, did we got a first and a second on that? Bid, right? Okay. Dave Kinsey,
Yes.
Terry Fountain,
Yes.
Nina Lindhorst,
Yes.
Matt Mao,
Yes.
Joe Scheinman.
Yes.
Okay, are you ready?
There was a question of, can we get the minutes back on the agenda?
Oh,
Back on the
I'm so
screen?
sorry. It's my fault.
Get timed out.
Item number 4 is the action on the legal review of water issues. The village board has asked that we go out and seek basically a request for qualifications to look into a few issues associated with the water issues, concerns that you guys, that many of the citizens have been raising. Specifically what that independent legal review would include would be the proper establishment of the commission, whether there are any issues associated with the bonds, and the village's obligations associated with the commission. So kind of be a overall kind of starting point as a legal review, seeking attorneys with the expertise in those areas, specifically in the area of bond.
Jeff, can I please ask you, what was the third thing you said specifically for the other things?
The village's obligations associated with the commission. We have received responses to those requests. The village board has reviewed them. We have some very good responses. They have narrowed that down and have asked that we set up some basically phone or Skype interviews, because these are attorneys that are in the Chicago area. So we will be looking in the near future to have some more discussion with those attorneys. But the village board did want me to make sure it's clear to everybody that this is something that we're looking into, and there is a consensus on the board to get some more facts, to get the concerns that you guys have raised, that others have raised, and to make sure we can get some proper legal determinations, some facts, some options, and then some, really at that point, some informed decisions can be made. So, again, this isn't to say one thing is going to happen or another thing is going to happen, but this is the first step in that process. We foresee that taking place over the next few weeks as we kind of finalize and fine-tune some of that. And with that, I would say that, there are also, and I've had separate discussions with individual trustees, I think that there's a desire on the part of the board to improve the communications and to try and be more productive with this entire situation. Obviously, there are concerns and there are issues that people are experiencing, and I know for one, as a village attorney, and I know others up here, it's our goal to try and address those issues, and how we address it, how we fix that. I'm not sure anybody has a perfect answer to yet, but I think the board is going to be working on that, trying to figure out how to get to that spot. So, nobody on the board likes for you guys to be out there yelling at us, and vice versa. We don't want you to feel like we're ignoring what you're saying or that we're not hearing what you're saying. It's just a matter of we have to figure out how to address these issues and these concerns. We take that very seriously, and I think we'll be trying to come up with some better ways to do that. So that's what I have to report under number 4, unless any other trustee wants to correct me, slap me down, or say something further. I'll vote for that.
Okay, can I make a comment to you? According to what Jewel read to you, South St. Clair County Water has to come here to trustees to approve any bonds that they do.
It's in the paperwork.
than the paperwork. I think our concern is, they're gonna go do this, and then they're gonna come talk to you after we're on the hook again. So somebody's going to need to talk to South Sangamon County, to their attorney, somebody's gonna need to be at the board meeting. The next one, I believe, is next Tuesday at 3 o'clock out there at the plant, and explain to them, no bonds are gonna be issued unless we all agree with it. It's in there.
Can you
Well, we still
clarify
have-
what that said for us, Jeff, just so, because I think, Jewel, what I heard you say is, it's a 60-day notice of a change in rate, where you have the ability to
Audit or
and
dispute
review the
their
calculation.
That's
So you're arguing semantics instead of trying to get us out of here. Again, you're arguing words on what they have to do as far as notifying. We should be telling them we don't want that crappy water. That's what you should be saying. That's all. You shouldn't be arguing with her about the semantics of anything that they're saying, other than getting us out.
I think Trustee Kempsey's just trying to find out, we have to know what that obligation is. And I think what we have to, I don't know if anybody's put us on notice yet, but certainly that's a conversation, you're right, that we want to start to have. And
Well, we
anytime.
were at that meeting and we have jobs, Mr. Mao, and we went to that meeting and they told us that it is coming. Big rate increase. So I think that more of these people, whether they have jobs or not, need to be getting out there and getting informed. Because people, citizens are going to these meetings that have jobs and are doing it. It's not our jobs, it's your guys' jobs.
But that is something that I can follow up with their attorney, Randy Scott.
Is it not in there, in that agreement, Jewel, that any additional money
It's supposed to be approved by the Chatham board.
by the Chatham board?
Well, they have to, shall give us notice, 60 days prior notice of the rate adjustment.
Not rate
That's a
adjustment.
rate adjustment.
I'm talking about them
Oh,
getting
the bonding?
the bonding part.
Yeah. Well, it's in the wholesale water agreement, y'all need to read it.
Yeah.
And highlight the parts that are gonna be, brought up in my complaint, in our complaint.
And it's in there too, they can only change the rate once a year.
Yes, so that's something, that's something we can talk to me about.
My concern is it's gonna slide, in the past, it's slidden underneath the table.
So can you assure us that someone will be at that meeting to represent Village of Chatham?
Well, we have somebody, but he,
No.
Somebody that understands
Someone
finances.
We have
said
water.
Sherry.
no. It has to be one of you.
Trustee.
You represent us. It has to
Is
be one of
anybody
you.
available next Tuesday at 3 o'clock? I mean, like, check your schedule, like any of the trustees, anybody?
Pat was at the last meeting, I was very glad to see him there because, that means he's paying attention and getting involved, and that's what y'all need to be doing too. And reading these damn ordinances that clearly are a violation.
Nicole, at some point, they need to be told, hey, listen, we're aware finally of what we signed, and we're aware of what needs to be done. Now we want to let you know that, and please be upfront with us. We can't just go, if we keep doing things the same, nothing's gonna change. We need one of you guys to be at that meeting. We need someone to stand up for us there. Not one of us.
Jeff, you can pretty quickly clarify if that's a rate notice or if it's a requirement that they come back to us for additional bonding.
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn the special meeting?
Nope, we're just all in one meeting right now.
Oh. No.
To section D, item 1, adopting an agenda format for a special meeting. Jeff, would you like to?
What did we just do?
I was supposed to be a special meeting too, but I didn't get convinced that since Sunday when they said a special meeting on the agenda.
So the next item on the
It still
agenda.
says special meeting.
Well, we did have a special meeting, we didn't have a special meeting, so I didn't have a special meeting.
This whole thing is a special meeting.
This whole meeting is?
Yes. And we just put on here some additional committee of the whole items. Trustee Kimsey, one of the things that in working with Mr. McCarthy and others, we're trying to get away from a situation where we have to post multiple notices and have multiple notices on the committee of the whole night. And because as we went to this new format of 2 meetings a month instead of 4, we knew there would be things that would come up that needed to be voted on, and so that's coming up more frequently. So we'd like to create a system where we combine and just really have one set notice and one meeting, for the committee of the whole. And so that's how we did it tonight. It's kind of a special meeting where we have a lot of different action items on there. What we'd like to do is maybe come back to the board with some proposed language as to how this might look like going forward, so that it is part of just a, two meetings a month. One of them is, really for all action items. The other one is kind of half action items and half just committee of the whole discussion type items. So just a little tweak in that formatting, but that would avoid us having to post several meeting notices and having to keep track of several agendas and that type of thing. So wanted to get, we raised that tonight, wanted to get the feedback of the board on that, see if anybody has any thoughts, objections, concerns, recommendations.
Comments from anybody on the board?
My goal is to have this part of the meeting act as first reading, letting you guys know that these are the items that may come up for vote with your approval at the end of the month.
This is what we used to do in our first meeting.
Yes.
When we had 4 months. We had the committee of first reading, first Tuesday. Then we had the second meeting was our action meeting. Then we had another committee the third, and then so on.
The only concern I have is procedural. So if the call to the order is started, and that call to order is by Mayor Gray, then we go to committee of the whole, and Mayor Gray does not sit on the committee of the whole, how does that work?
Well, since the mayor doesn't really vote on matters anyway, I think it's semantics at that point. You can turn it over to whoever, kind of the designated chair of the committee of the whole is, or, you can have the mayor serve on the committee of the whole too, since he always attends. That's just a procedural issue. I think we can get around that.
Agree, it's a procedural issue, but it needs to be addressed.
Yeah, so I can come up with a proposed way to address that. Is there a big preference as to whether or not, the committee of the whole be run by a trustee or by the mayor or by
We have a chair. I think the chair should run it.
Okay.
Yeah, never bothered me one way or the other.
Okay. All right. So we'll come up with some proposals on that. For the
2 weeks or?
Yes, 2 weeks.
Item 2, review the cable television franchise agreement.
I put that on there. I thought that we were going to discuss that a little more tonight, but I had more comments come in from Shane that I wasn't able to incorporate. So I'd like to put that on hold. There's no rush to get that done.
Can I provide a comment as well? Under 2.6, actually 2.6.3, it basically states that the cable provider can park anywhere they want at any time for any reason. I think we need some type of clarifier in there to say, unless it's going to cause, during an emergency, you can't block traffic. I think this is way too broad, and it needs to be definitely clarified to make it so that, yeah. You see what I'm saying?
I would agree. If it falls under during block lanes, to me, they should have at least one flagger, if not 2 flaggers out there, if it's the first thing in the morning or in the evening.
Yeah, for those that asked me, this would be a 10-year agreement. It's a non-exclusive agreement.
It says exclusive and everything.
Yeah, but when you read competitive equity, the section here, 2.6, I'll give you a copy.
I've read it a couple of times.
Okay. It basically says in the event that the village grants an additional franchise. So we cannot grant an additional franchise for the use of the public way for purposes of operating a cable system. It just says the additional franchise shall only be granted in accordance with the Illinois level playing field statute. Meaning, basically, you can't offer them more than what you're offering here. And you can't offer them less.
And if you do, then they get it.
Yeah.
Then Comcast would get it.
You guys know how bad Comcast is with customer service, right?
And with their price compared to other people.
And I get that question a lot in communities I serve, you know, what can you do about, you know, service providers like that? And, you know, really, there's, you know, we're granting the franchise, the public body's granting the franchise. Any other, you know, any other service provider is certainly welcome and free to come in as
And the other thing we can do, I mean, we can't force another service provider to come in here. You just can't do that.
But you can offer.
But we can certainly send a letter and ask, hey, can you take a look at Chatham to see if Chatham would be viable? And maybe have some comments from citizens about why, you know, would you switch to AT&T? Would you switch to whatever other provider there is? I mean, I think that's another thing that we could do to offer, but there's no way that we can require another provider to come in here.
Now, if they do, you'll be amazed at what competition will do in a market like that.
Well, how much of the $8 plus every month that we pay, those that are, of us that are stupid and stay with Comcast, which is me, of that $8 plus franchise fee, how much does the village get? They get the full 8 plus?
We get 5%.
5%. Yeah, that's by.
We get 5%.
That's 5% of their gross income, I thought.
That's 5% of your bill.
5%, okay.
Well, okay.
Right. 5%.
Gross income,
I think it's 5%. I think
from the operation.
But we pay an $8 plus franchise fee.
It's 5% minus taxes, right?
It's the add-ons where they get you. And the taxes. And I found out the only way to treat them is when you get really ticked off about adding or subtracting stuff. And I go in there with my bills and I get in their face. And boy, they're dropping stuff like flies off of my bill. Because I'm doing, because it's ridiculous what we pay for cable. Any place for cable.
You better not let your secret out.
Hmm?
Better not let your secret out.
Well,
I don't really think that's a secret.
It's service announcement.
They may know that secret already. Anyway, so the point of this one is,
Come back.
yeah, the utility department has some questions regarding the easements and right of way.
Close that.
I hate to see us figure it out.
All right, item 3, trails and access amenities plan.
The village is part of the Springfield Area Multi-Use Trails Access and Mobility Team. I'm the village representative on that. We meet once a month, and we put together a plan with down Park District. It's Springfield, Rochester, Sangamon County, City of Springfield, and the Park District. We put a plan together to make all of the signs, all the mile markers, all the amenity signs, all the same throughout the Sangamon County. So we've completed this plan, the amenities plan. It shows all the signs and where the sign locations are at, and roadway signs on, Parkway is, Parkway Point is this way, Southwest Plaza is that way. They're all along. They'll match wherever you go, all throughout the county. But I'll have that on the agenda for next week for the.
We have 4 access points to the urban trail that we're responsible for.
Plummer, Wabash, and then the new one will be down at Goldenrod. Those will be the 3.
Oh, it's not listed yet.
No, but it'll take the place of South Main. I'll copy this here. You can look at it. It's on the. It's a huge document. When you open it up and you go, holy God.
Here's the, if you want, there's
Yeah.
the abbreviated 4 sections there. our responsibility for.
But I need an ordinance prepared to accept that, for the village to accept that as our part of the
So
plan.
each participating community has one
Yeah.
vote in this. Pat's request is it an ordinance or a resolution?
An ordinance.
Okay, an ordinance. So we'll have an ordinance to, at the next meeting, to direct Pat to sign off on a portion of this road.
In 2 weeks.
Yes. Item 4, review of an ordinance amending Village of Chatham zoning code.
Remember about a month ago, or maybe 2 months ago, I had a discussion that the mansion property was going to sell off a piece of the property that was adjacent to it, and we claimed right away on Mansion Road. Well, the county decided not to go along with the way that our ordinance was written. They said if our ordinance was written like Springfield's, then we could have claimed that right away. So I worked with Jeff to rewrite our ordinance, allowing us to claim right away when parcels that are not in Springfield are in Chatham, but they decide to split it. If we have road,
This essentially affects county property adjacent to a village roadway.
correct, and it allows us to claim right away on there. So
Questions for Pat or Jeff?
This would actually be a change to the subdivision code. We'll make that notation on here.
that doesn't need to go though in front of the planning
Right,
commission.
since,
Yeah.
since it's a change to the subdivision code, it can come directly back here. For the zoning code, it'd have to have a public hearing. So, just we're good.
Next is,
So it'll be the same ordinance number as it always is this one?
I didn't give it an ordinance number yet. It's gonna be 16 dash something. There's an ordinance.
All right, item 5, review the final plat Cardinal Hill. Plat 1.
Cardinal Ridge, or should we start on Ridge?
Cardinal Hill. Is that the pet center? Brandon.
Quick question, do we know what our ordinances are on? The last couple of meetings, it said I'm gonna sign the ordinance later. There's no 2016 ordinance on our website to review. Have you guys assigned numbers this year at all, or?
We don't assign the numbers till they actually pass it.
Okay, so, at some point, I can put on the website the 2016 ordinances, like 2015, 1996, all those right there.
No, those are all gonna be inside board docs. You'll have to go through and look at each one of those. That was the way
We can't
Pat,
scan them in and put them in the same way.
we could, but Pat prefers to do it this way.
Pat Shad.
Pat shit.
Can we at least get a summary link at the end of the year?
We could.
I know what you're talking about.
Something helpful for the citizens.
Jim is here to answer any questions. Cardinal Ridge, if you take a look at it, it went through the planning commission last 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Their first plat is pretty much the north area where they're planning for apartments. The planning commission had no problem with it except for one item. They wanted more detail on the retention pond. They wanted to know if it was going to be fenced, and they wanted a landscape plan. So we have a meeting Thursday night, and they'll review this landscape plan. But essentially, they're going to put black chain link fence around the area and evergreen trees all around it to be able to kind of.
Already have a fence around it?
This hasn't been built yet.
Yeah, no. I mean, through our subdivision ordinances, isn't a fence required? Not the green space, but
It either has to be fenced or it has to be staged, like out at the senior center out there. There's a
Safety shelf.
safety shelf it's called.
Okay.
That's built underneath the water that you can walk out 3 or 4 feet.
behind the area is a.
Yeah.
That's not had to be.
And that's a problem.
Jim, your review.
We reviewed it, made recommendation of the planning commission. It meets village ordinances, the plat, and also county ordinances, so there's no objections from that. So we made recommendations to the planning commission.
Any recommendations?
Recommendations to approve the final plat. The process is a little unconventional based on other developers and the fact that they are platting it first and then issuing a letter of credit for almost the entirety of the development. As it sits right now, sanitary sewer has been installed, water main partially, storm sewer was just started. They just started digging the retention pond. So for all of those improvements that are uncompleted, uncertified, inspected, they're issuing a letter of credit for basically all or full value of the public improvements. Typically, the developers will wait till the end of their building cycle. That way, their letter of credit is considerably smaller and less financial burden on them. But they want to move forward with the plat and move forward with the construction of the apartment buildings. They can't do that until the plat's approved. So they're bonding basically the entire development amount for the public improvements.
So is there any variances or anything that they requested or approved?
$755,000 is what they'll put out there in a letter of credit.
Since you're here, can you
Yes.
just update on the flushing?
Flushing?
Yes.
Okay, water model is complete, has been calibrated. We're moving forward into the flushing program. The village will be divided into 3 zones for the flushing program. And then with the first zone being completed at the end of this week, we plan on sitting down with village staff early next week, devising a plan, getting public notification pulled together, and we could start flushing as soon as the end of next week.
How long does that take?
It'll take quite a while. It'll be a push to get all of it done by the end of the year, but that is our goal. Because you have to go through each step of each water main, of each line, and open each hydrant and flush those. You start with the source and work outwards, so you're not trapping whatever materials are in the line. You're pushing that to the outskirts as you continue on, so it all gets flushed out of the system, and you're not just circulating it back around in the same system. So it is critical that the model's in place, because what we want to do is also create velocities in the pipe that will actually scour out the materials that are in there, any debris that's in there, the sediment, biofilm, and so forth. Because what happens if you just conventionally flush on a lot of these, you may never create the velocities to get that stuff cleaned out, and you really don't have a benefit. So it is a logical step order, working from the water tower and working out to the outskirts.
And where does all the crap go that's in the pipe?
Out through the fire hydrant.
Storm sewers.
Oh, through the fire hydrant?
That's the
Comes out
plan.
of the fire hydrants, out of the street, storm sewers are gone.
But if we're working in your area, you could get some really brown water coming up through your pipes, through your toilets, through your, so. it-
Part of the communications we see.
Yes, that we'll really try to notify everyone that if we're working in an area where you're at, don't go do laundry, don't go and grab the first sink and take a drink of water. Let the stuff run for a while. We need to be able to do this. Once we get it cleaned out, it'll be a lot better, but it's gonna be painful. There's gonna be a lot of upset people.
And it's never been done before in the village. So all the debris, all the rust, everything else that's in the pipes have never been flushed out. So the only movement of water that you have through the pipes is what people consume. So it's very low volume, very low speeds through there. By opening up the system, flushing that through, getting a scouring velocity, 5 to 10 feet per second of flow through these pipes, it's going to clean out that debris, it's going to remove the sediment, it's all going to come out of the fire hydrants and provide better water quality associated with the distribution system. As Pat said, we're going to put together public notification, a brochure, explains the process, explains what you can experience during this process, explains what we recommend that you do if you have groundwater, run your cold tap for a certain amount of time to clear that out. We will have signs out in the neighborhoods, in the areas that we'll be doing flushing. We'll have that also on the village website that indicates this area is being done today, this area is going to be done tomorrow, this area is going to be done the next day. So we're really going to kind of go above and beyond in terms of public outreach on this. But as Pat said, yes, there is going to be groundwater. Yes, there is going to be potential for sediment in a household while we're doing this system. But it is going to clean out the majority of debris, tuberculation, buildups in the pipe, and get that scoured out.
If you don't get our alerts and you don't follow the village on Facebook, you should. You should sign up for both of one or other of those items. We're going to send notifications out both ways. Huh?
I haven't voted.
Okay.
And we'll have
But
sign.
the thing, this is my thinking, you know. When we switched from city water line power to South Sangamon, they did something. And they fed something through the pipes, which cleaned the pipes out.
Horrible.
So when they did that, there was a humongous difference in the pipes. So now, you're saying since it was never flushed, that when they did what they did at South Sangamon, it cleaned the pipes, but you're saying since it's never been done, it didn't clean the pipes.
Some of the manganese that was sent from the plant before they started treating it has got to be still laying in the bottom of our water mains. Has to be. And the only way for us to get it out is do this flushing program. That's what EPA recommends that we do. CM&T recommends that we do it. We're going to do it.
It's what other communities are doing. It's a maintenance protocol. You know,
It is a yearly thing that most.
it's yearly, and some towns will go yearly, some will, tackle a section a year and just kind of cycle through that. But it's proper maintenance. It's to improve water quality, it's to get those materials out. Now, the last board meeting, where someone brought in glasses of water, we simply just did a calibration test to look at what the roughness was in the pipes, and that stirred up a whole bunch of brown, material rust that were in the pipes, and everyone was bringing in glasses of water saying, you drink this, this is what was done. And that was just done on a small scale calibration test. So what we want to do is get that stuff flushed out of the system, so you're not having that. So even though Oracle's fed through the pipes, or whatever other systems were employed in the past, you're still not getting that scouring velocity through the pipes until you start doing this unidirectional flushing. That's going to provide that effect to the water, run it for a certain amount of time. At the end of each test, what we end up doing is we have flow meters, turbidity meters to measure the material that's coming out. Once you stop getting debris coming out of the pipe, it's clean. You can move on to the next section. So what typically is thought of before, open a hydrant and let it go. Well, no one knows if that's actually working. Flows in the pipe might be a foot per second, might be 2 foot per second, might be a half a foot per second. But until you model that, measure it, check the flow, check the material that's actually coming out of the pipes to see, okay, is all the junk, debris, sediment, rust done coming out of the pipes? You don't know, and that's what this system will do. As we systematically march through, we'll open the pipes, check the chlorine, check the turbidity, and make sure that everything's clean before we move on to the next segment.
Okay, so now you're flushing the pipe, and
Yes.
the velocity that's going through this pipe is cleaning this pipe.
Yes.
But when we have the new water going through those pipes, it's not gonna change how the water goes through the pipes, because we don't have that pressure behind it that you have with your miracle machine.
The pressure will be the same pressure that you experience now.
Right, but when you do this flushing,
Yes.
you're doing it with a higher.
We're forcing water by closing
Right.
valves in certain areas to push
Right.
more water through it faster.
You're doing it smarter.
Yes.
Right, but what's gonna keep it
He doesn't
from
wanna
building
say it.
all up again?
We're doing it the
We
right
will
way.
build up again, because this is a maintenance program. So this is not, once, we're done, we don't have to do this for another 60 years. This will be, either biannual, annual, depending. And there may be areas that sediment collects in more often. But EPA is requiring, as part of the comprehensive evaluation, that we partake in a unidirectional flushing program. And that way the village is doing their part in providing the best quality of water that they can by cleaning out the distribution system. So if the distribution system has all this junk, rust, sediment, manganese, everything else built up in it, sitting in low areas that once someone opens up a valve or checks this or does that, it stirs it up, this will flush everything out. It's also a maintenance item where, we're gonna find valves that are closed that should have been open. There's gonna be, fire flow issues associated with that, or as we're marching through and going, wait a minute, we're not getting the flows that the model says we should. What else is wrong? So it's a double check on, the system as well. So, not only water quality, but it's a maintenance, benefit as well in terms of making sure the infrastructure is being kept up, you're exercising valves, you're making sure hydrants work and so forth, so.
And the one nice thing is, we'll have the model will already be done. So when we go ahead and in a year from now, or 6 months, or 18 months, whatever the case may be, and we do a flushing again, it's not like we're gonna have to spend the amount of money that we're spending now to do the flushing, because the model is already created.
We will have to update the model, because every time we add a new subdivision, add more water lines,
Correct.
the model needs to be updated.
But it won't be as.
No, it's
No.
not start from scratch,
No.
it's adding on. And that's another thing that we can look at too. I mean, one of the concerns is, we're adding more subdivisions, we're adding more usage on it. So we can look at that and evaluate that on the model.
But the water plant can't
What kind,
make more water.
Yeah.
Like, well,
I understand that, I hear what you're saying, but from the village of Chatham and doing what we can do internally at the village of Chatham, you have the water tanks, you have the ground tank, you have the elevated tank. That controls the pressures within the village of Chatham. Now, if the tank's empty, obviously, there's no water pressure. But if the tank's full, you can evaluate with the model, okay, what is the effect of putting this new subdivision here? Is that taxing the system? What if you put a new subdivision here? What does that demand do to the system? Are the pipes undersized? Are you gonna have low flow problems? Are you gonna have those issues? Having the model in hand will also help us evaluate those as new growth comes in. What are those demands? And take a look at it.
I think her point was that it's already been determined that we can't meet those demands.
But what we're doing will work for no matter who our water supplier is.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
So if the city of Springfield, tomorrow, if these guys vote and say we're going back to Springfield,
It's gonna make it better, everything.
Right.
It's
And
still-
that's where I'm trying to get to is,
Yes.
are we doing this looking ahead at that point? Is that in preparation possibly for the future instead of just taking care of today's?
So this
problem?
should have been done 20 years ago.
It
Yes.
sounds like it.
This should have been.
So this should have been done 20
This
years
has been
ago.
very
We finally
thorough.
have a very good engineer.
Very much so.
We don't, not to say that, but we have a much educated engineer, and he's been, I think, doing an exceptional job with even the new subdivisions of what I've been hearing and making sure all the lines are done. So we've definitely done one thing right.
Well, Nina, actually, as she was asking a question that I was thinking, my concern was you're flushing, it sounds great, all that crap out of lines, we're gonna
Yes.
have clean pipes. So of course, we're still gonna have our nasty water coming in. My point was the same thing, Shabbat. So what happens, say we do switch to sprinkle water, but you're saying that this is something that's going to continue.
Yes, this is
The part that
it.
scares me about this, that's exactly what needs to happen, is we have a habit of talking about doing something, but never getting a schedule set up or the plan laid out. We need to know, going into this, we're gonna do this every whatever, except in the case of, I know there's always gonna be, oh, we're adding a subdivision, or this happened, or we don't need to do that. Well, we need some kind of guideline, I hope, set up, instead of later we're looking back and saying, remember 2016, we talked about this, I thought we were gonna have this done regularly. Is there some?
They have a much thorough,
Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but as you do the entire process, that's when you get the accurate readings in every spot that you're right onto, and that actually completes the model. You've got to project the model.
Yeah, two things. One is a model. How does the water distribution system work? And then the other is the flushing program. How do you clean it out? Which valve do you open up? What hydrant do you turn? What happens? How do you get the velocities through there to clean out the pipes? Once we march through the entire system once, everything is as clean as you're going to get it, with flushing that water through. And then we look at that on an annual basis or biannual basis.
Right,
There's
and I guess that's my question, who is responsible for making sure that gets done? I don't wanna look back later and go, oh, yeah, I guess we forgot to do that.
It's
ultimately, it's gotta be the board. They gotta vote to spend the money every year. That's the thing.
I just wanna make
When
sure
we
it
sit-
doesn't get lost in the process, we've seen that happen, sort of EPA hopefully.
You can't guarantee that it ain't gonna get lost. It's just,
Well, then we look at a new engineering firm.
Right.
Don't let her.
No,
I'm saying if they weren't doing their job.
Right.
So you're doing great. Good job for you.
Just available for questions and autographs. Yes, if you change back to city water line power and water, the model would have to be changed because your point of entry is in Chatham and different than what happens to South San.
The point of entry is the same, is different, but what creates the pressure is the elevated tank. So what happens is, the pressure throughout your system is all based on the elevated
Small
tank.
change.
Elevated tank, it flows from that point, but everything generally comes in right here where the ground storage tank is right now. Old South Sangamon and CWLP is right in that area where it comes into the building. So you have the ground storage tank there, but then also you have the elevated tank. The elevated tank in town is what controls the pressure that you guys see in your homes.
So not this city water line power main feed down Route 4,
It's a second feed.
that's second feed?
Yes.
Has anybody taken into consideration that we're probably going to need new ground tanks and elevated tanks? Because they're pretty shoddy looking.
Well, I got an estimate the other day to paint the ground storage tank, and you're talking between $500,000 and $600,000.
What?
Because of the lead paint, it have to be encapsulated, have to be sandblasted down to the steel, and then I think triple or quadruple coated with paint and so $500,000 at
Do you
least.
know when the last time that ground storage tank has been painted?
When they painted over the cow chip that was out there, I think that was about it. I don't think it was ever painted more than once.
That's my point. I've
Yeah.
been here since 1982. They haven't seen a touch.
I think it's the same thing with the above ground tank. Now, they've both been done inside.
Right.
And we keep those up, those are on a scheduled basis, but the outside, you're right. And I think really that the board needs to think about that next year in the budget, is that it is an eyesore on 55.
It's leaking.
Well, besides an eyesore, they're all leaking. They've got stress cracks and stuff coming out of them. The tower, at the base of the tower, has got bullet holes looking like rust coming through, and there's water that collects around the base of the tower. I mean, come on, guys, this is maintenance. You drive your car until it explodes? No, you change oil.
Has anybody ever dug up any of the pipes that we're cleaning out with this to really see what is on the inside of it?
To get like a before and after picture.
Yeah.
We do. When we have water main breaks or if we have to do a tap, if they're tapping into a steel pipe, they'll pull out the plug and you can see on it that most of it's clean. But you're pulling that out from the top part of the pipe instead of from the bottom part. So you don't know what's laying in the bottom of it. And when you're working on an area, it's pushing everything away. So you're not going to be able to pull that open and take a look in there. So it's.
I'll be more than happy to have you out when we start flushing in your neighborhood. Come on out and see what comes out of the pipes.
I don't think you'll want to see it.
It's a lot of information. It does not have to say anything.
That's what we're doing. I mean, we're flushing what's trapped in the pipes. I mean, there's buildup on the sides that are somewhat loose, and as the water keeps continuing to go through there, it loosens up, ends up in your houses. So we try to get it out of the pipes before it continues to go into your houses. As long as everybody does their due diligence to let the community know scheduled areas. Yes.
Those of us that have invested thousands of dollars in the water treatment in our own personal homes to put up with this garbage you put in our house, I'm not going to replace $1,000 water filter because we forgot to notify them.
No, we will have signs on the streets in advance.
And it'd be done more than a day or two in advance.
What signs?
Or, like I get the
Yeah, you'll get
text
the.
alerts.
We'll send one out every day.
Okay.
What areas are
My
working?
Like
concern
9 o'clock
is-
in the morning to start at 10:30.
Exactly, I've
Yeah.
seen come
People
up
leave
there
things
in
at
the middle
home
of
or
the day.
something.
We'll
That
have a
was my concern.
schedule,
We
we'll
were out of
have
town when
maps.
they sent one.
Yeah, we'll have maps and it'll be like, zone 1, A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, October 1st, we're doing 1A. October 2nd, we're doing 1B. October 3rd, we're doing 1C.
There's some things that would help. Is it true that you should like turn on an outside spigot, like in the back of your house instead of like your faucet in your kitchen?
I mean, that would help.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's
Are the lowest, if you got one in the basement, the lowest spot in your
So some of
basement?
those kind of things that you need to notify people that, hey, instead of walking in your house and turning on your kitchen faucet and putting your kitchen bathtub, go out to your back of your house and turn on your spigot and let it drain out to your outside your house, rather than.
What's that, the wheel point? Is that what it's called?
What?
The first entry point, the first closest faucet.
Well,
Closest to
it's
your entry point.
entry point, but then also you, anything that's low and that doesn't have a filter on it already or a screen that's gonna trap things, if you go with the outside faucet, everything's gonna go through that as opposed to getting trapped in the screens or, you know, what you have in your house, so.
Yeah, that would be my only concern. Those e-alerts, I think, are great. I think it's one of the best things that the village came up with. I don't think that there's enough people who know about it. You know, I try to.
Well, you'd be surprised. We've got 5,000 people that follow eAlert and another 3,000 that follow on Facebook.
Yeah.
About 300 on Twitter. Not very many Twitter followers in Chatham,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, that was just
I'm amazed.
That it is, we were out of town one time and it's like, oh, here's an e-alert, they're doing our stuff. I think it was the next day. Well, we weren't gonna be back home. And if there's things that we need to do with the water treatment system, I can't find out,
And-
you know, at 10 o'clock that day when everyone's gone.
If you get one of those come across and people that you know live in Chatham and may not be signed up for it, if you share that,
Oh, I have
then it goes to
yeah,
them
I
too. So that helps me out in the long run. So,
Share it along with the link on how to sign up for it.
yep.
All right, thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
6, back truck bids.
The Vector, it cost $513,150, which is, to me, just incredible that one piece of equipment can cost that much. But the trade-in, it's an old 2004, and they'll give us $49,000 for it. And then the lease will be $68,538.29 a year for the 5 years. So we put it out for bids. 3 different companies make these types of things, but only one company bid. We even sent the bid package to all 3 of them because it's kind of a selective type item, and still only one of them bid. So I don't know if code just beats all the other ones all the time or what, but I was kind of disappointed that we only got one bid back.
I'm actually gonna bring this up. Darlene brought it up, and I agree with her. Thank you for bringing this up. You take 513 minus 49,000, you get 468, and 468 divided by 5 equals 92.8 when you divide it by 5 years. So how are we getting to 68,000?
Well, because you're gonna be paying longer than 5 years. No.
Actually, you don't pay. No, you don't. You don't pay it off. There'll be a number out there at the end of the contract that you have to come up with that number if you want to buy it from them.
Which I believe was right around 167.
Somewhere around that.
179 cents.
But I think what you do now is you take a look and see what way of maintenance has been is done on it over the last 5 years. If it's worthwhile, then investing that $149,000, then maybe you do it, or you just turn around and give it back to them, walk away, and get another one for $68,000 a year. Because the village really uses this piece of equipment. It is a safety thing for us. Anytime a sewer is backed up, it can jet a sewer out. So through the downtown area where the restaurants and stuff are at, we hit those on a regular basis. We put degreaser in there, and so it's not backing up in people's homes. Whenever we have to go out and do any digging anywhere, we take the Vaxter out there and expose where we're digging to make sure that we don't go through an electric line or gas line or cable TV or fiber or anything like that. So it's expensive.
Where are they located at?
This gentleman sells them. He's the salesman for them, and he lives in Rochester.
So he's gonna wait till he's gonna be able to do the work.
No, it won't be repaired there. It won't be worked on. It's probably out of Minnesota or someplace like that. but he just happens to be a salesman for this company and lives in Rochester, Illinois.
Pat, do we know, Terry said earlier, it's about $300 an hour for the two workers, the rental and the truck itself.
That's
You know what I'm saying? It's about- yeah. So do we know, by having our own, you know, we use a lot, we've said that, do we know what it would cost to rent it a year versus the 68,000?
Well,
those were the numbers
Terry
And that's where I did talk to Shane. He says it's a piece of equipment that they use almost daily. It may only be for a couple hours, it could be the entire day. So I just took a look at 2.5 hours a day for 250 days out of the year. And 260, all of a sudden you're in the neighborhood of over $125,000 if we had rent this piece of equipment on an hourly basis. Now, it may be a little cheaper if you rent it on a daily or weekly or monthly rate, but I don't think you're right approach to 68,000.
Plus, it'd be a logistic nightmare. I mean, when we need it, we need it. We don't need to turn around and call up somebody and say, hey, can you get us the Vaxxter here? Yeah, the earliest we can get it here is next Wednesday.
Okay, but he said that the maintenance on the, or to bring the current one up to where it needs to be would be like $100,000.
Talking to Shane,
Yeah.
I think he said to get it back to where it truly should be, he was guessing it's probably gonna be somewhere over the $100,000 mark.
Okay, but if it was brought up to where it needs to be, how long would it last?
It could last 2 more weeks before something else breaks on it.
No, those parts are expensive, you're talking.
There's no guarantee.
That's the problem with dealing with something that we've had since 2004. We've got our use out of it. We've got our money's worth out of it because we've had it for 12 years. If we can get the other one to last 12 years for that price, well then if you take that number and divide that by 12 years, that's not that big of a number then. So.
Yeah. You're spending money.
I've never gained. I used to be totally against leases, I cannot understand why anyone would do it. We've leased 2 vehicles back to back now. And we simply did that because we're at the point where our kids are in college and ka-ching, big time. And it made more sense for us, we were going to be paying a car payment regardless, but with this, we have absolutely no maintenance cost. That's good for us. Unexpected expenses at this time are really hard at this point in our financial nightmare. But you brought up a good point that I was concerned about, with leasing it. I like that. At the end, we're getting ready to turn ours in December, pay $300. We don't have to buy it. We're done at that point. We can now do 1 vehicle. It was a good move for us, not good for everyone. But we knew if something happened that we could go right out to Nissan, which was here close and get it done. What about the repair? Since the big thing for the lease is, it's
I
covered
can
here.
augment on what she's saying. I'll just throw my 2 cents worth in here. I work for a company called Hart Technologies. We deal with telephone systems, intercoms, PAs, your microphone problems, God knows what. IT solutions, we roll out, Cisco switches, doesn't matter. We do a little bit of everything. In that, my profession is telecommunications. I physically put the phone system in for co-equipment. They're south of Rochester on Route 29. They do the repairs in shop. It's a huge facility. Vaxxter is their equipment you're talking about buying. And yes, they're made in God knows where, Milwaukee or God knows what. But like any other large thing, you're not going to go down the road to Bob's, Carmen Fleet and buy a John Deere combine. It's going to be made in the Quad Cities and trucked down here. That being said, the repair facilities that I saw down at Co-Equipment are top notch. It's what they do. They repair the services for Springfield and all of Central Illinois. That's why you don't see a lot of bids, because it's not a popular item. But I suggest you take a visit out there, talk to those people, and I think you'll be somewhat satisfied with the purchase.
Yeah, that would be my concern, that if we're leasing it, we make sure we're able to get it.
In the cost of the lease is $10,000 to $11,000 a year. What I would call lease cost. That includes maintenance agreement. Their maintenance agreement says that the thing will never be out of service for more than 5 days on a normal problem, 7 working days on something they would consider serious. 90% uptime guarantee for the whole thing. So that's what you're paying for with these costs. It's a minimal interest rate and a service guarantee.
That means a lot.
So that's my 2 cents worth. They're local, at least for this decision. I'm happy with it.
Do we have any other questions regarding the backtrack?
Are you gonna vote to?
Well, that's,
Ordinance.
that will be.
All this stuff is gonna be on a,
Yeah.
for next meeting.
We'll have an ordinance to accept that.
You need an ordinance for that.
Low bid for vac truck. Okay. Next item, replacement to the Police Commission Pension Board. Terry Vire is stepping down, and the Police Commission is recommended Chuck Hunt as his designated replacement. So there'll be an ordinance prepared for next meeting appointing Chuck Hunt to the Police Commission Pension Board.
Is that something we open up ever, these appointments? Like kind of like we did the last one?
The Police Commission Pension Board
Yeah.
usually makes their recommendations, okay?
Just curious.
The next one is the actual Police Commission. And there's a gentleman that is stepping down from it, Dennis Butler, but I have not heard who the replacement is for that. So I don't know if that recommendation is coming from the chairman of the current Police Commission, or whether.
Again, is that something that we could say, hey, we'd like to open it up as a board?
I don't have any experience on that,
Well,
Nina. Maybe you guys can tell
Law
me.
enforcement officers are, so.
What's the one of it?
I thought the equipment though comes from the mayor.
Yeah. And I know one of the commissioners on there is not a police officer. So I think we usually try to have two police officers and one person from the public. But this gentleman, Mr. Butler, is I think a state police officer, is
Well, I
I
think
was
it's
told.
nice how you in the past opened it up for your brain.
Do you know him, JR?
Yes,
But-
he's a retired state trooper,
Okay.
so is Todd, and the other one was, not.
Yeah.
I think the only requirements is you have 3 of them, and 2 of them, all 3 cannot be from the same political party.
Oh, okay.
That's the only thing that our municipal code
Only by the mayor.
That'd be by state statute.
Yes, it's in the municipality code. That's it.
Next
I
item,
know you talked to Todd.
and find out
And
who,
find out who,
if they've got any recommendations.
Yeah.
All right. But you may have a name there with an ordinance appointing that person at the next meeting.
Okay.
9, discussion on Fox Creek, Pleasant Vista Park. A couple of months ago,
Can you pull up that?
we met with CMT and Mr. Massey, I can't remember his first name, Pat. Massey and Massey Associates.
Tim and his wife.
To discuss the land that was set aside at the end of Prairie Vista Lane and how to move forward on the park design. So the discussion started to center around what facilities do we already have in town, what items might be missing in town. Massey provided a quote to develop concept drawings to start to give people something to talk about, something to weigh in on public comments. The only thing that I had ever kind of heard promised in that area was it would be more of a low-key, passive kind of area, not something that was never set off to be sports fields or high volume, but more of a low-key, passive park area. Massey provided a quote to do the concept renderings, $2,520. In the meantime, the Chatham JCs and Friends of the Park committed to covering that cost. If the board would agree to moving forward with the design, get the work done, within a 6-month time period, those 2 organizations said they would cover the cost to get the concepts to get this project to a spot that we can do what was talking on it and to get some type of plan on how to proceed.
So this is just for a plan.
This is a concept drawing.
Who's doing it?
Massey. Massey, they're architects and have a pretty extensive repertoire.
Isn't that something we should be working with?
Massey came as a recommendation through CMT. They're an architectural firm. that does this kind of work, it doesn't repeatedly, so that's with CMT's recommendation.
And outside our expertise, they're more suited for, park development and this.
Yeah, I think as long as you guys are on board, it kind of, that's the key.
So pretty much the provisions that came from the two groups that said they would fund this is that offer exists only for this purpose, to get this proposal done, and that it be done within a 6-month time period. Questions, comments, objections? The one thing that we do need to figure out is, do we have a grant line within our budget already that would not cause us to have to do a reappropriation?
I'll have to look.
It's a question for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to look and see where we've got things. Our park budget was fairly tight.
Right.
You know, with buying those new motors.
So we didn't know what form to take it in. So if there's room in the current budget to accept money and then expend it through the village, that's one way to set this up. Otherwise, the resolution we have to pass would be accepting or allowing somebody to do this.
They would contract with Massey and Massey to do the work.
Right, one of those two organizations contract directly with the consent of the village and the intent to follow through. Comments? No. So Jeff, we can figure out which form that needs to take. And that would be on the agenda via, well, probably some resolution, so.
In 2 weeks then?
Yes, ma'am. Number 10, street repair rating system. Gary, it's you.
Yes, I guess I'm gonna ask Jim. I know basically we asked Pat to get with CM&T and come up with a, I'll say a quote to go out there and look at all our streets and rate them from 1 to 10 or whatever scale you determine, and then see where we're going to be at if we have our current funding and say, okay, we can maintain this or we can improve this. So hopefully that's sort of the general impression you're getting.
It is, I don't have an exact quote for you, but I want to kind of talk through the process because there's a bunch of different levels you can go with this. You know, obviously what Terry's bringing up is taking a comprehensive look at all of the streets within the village of Chatham, looking at them, giving them a rating system, developing a priority in terms of maintenance, reconstruction, so forth, and trying to figure out what's it going to cost to do that. So part of it is what kind of financial burden do you have in this. The other part is more of an asset management, looking at in terms of what we have now. Looked at it from a couple of different perspectives. Reached out to the city of Springfield. What are you using? Are you doing it? By what methods are you going about this? They use a program called PACE, and basically it's a 1 to 10 rating system. 10 being the best branded street, 1 being this is dirt road, gravel, it needs to be replaced and done, and just putting a priority to it. And the theory behind it is, if you have streets that are 1s, they need to be replaced. Great. But all your funding can't just go to that, because you also have to deal with the ones that are at like 4s and 5s, because if you throw a little bit of money at a 4 to 5, you may bring it up to a 7 and extend the life of that, as opposed to all the money always going to number 1s that are full reconstruction, so then the majority of the town just gets neglected because you're always dealing with what the worst of the worst is. Now, we went through this process, and I'm going to be honest with you, we went through this process with the Village of Rochester. Same exact thing. They had some grant money, they threw some of their own money in it, they had us go through, reevaluate the entire village in terms of coming up with this system. And I'm just going to, as a sample, this is what we prepared for the Village of Rochester a couple of years ago, and gives you an idea of kind of what we're looking at. And it's a full comprehensive look at all the roadways,
concrete streets, asphalt streets, oil and chip streets, and coming up with a rating system. Basically, it's very labor intensive because you have to go out and walk every street. You have to go out and look at every street, look at the cracks, the density of the cracks, the type of cracks, the condition of the roadway, so forth and so on. And you give it a rating 1 through 10. So just inventorying the street is a big time commitment associated with that. Now, the village was a little bit shocked in terms of the final number because what happens is to bring everything up to what's considered to a maintenance point where you're just doing annual maintenance and touch-ups and that kind of stuff on it, millions of dollars. Millions upon millions of dollars to do it. We know we have a similar issue in Chatham. So, you know, streets like Oak Brook are falling apart, horrible. Huge craters in the middle. We're dealing with, some of the stuff on Marblestone as part of the MFT. And right now, just looking at the dollar amounts available to the village of Chatham, MFT, $350,000 a year towards roadways. Talking through with Pat in terms of tax basis. We worked with a gentleman on Oak Brook that was dissatisfied with the previous attempts to fix roadways on Oak Brook and just putting a Band-Aid on it. And, he requested a bunch of information, what was done, why was it done this way. We looked at his tax bill, pays $3,000 a year in taxes, property taxes. Of that, approximately $271 goes to the village of Chatham. Of that $271 of that property, that gets split between police, parks, and streets. So for this one resident on this one street, we're getting about 65 bucks a year to fix what's in front of his house. And right now, what's in front of his house is horrible and requires full reconstruction. So when you look at this pavement evaluation system, I don't question that something like this should be done in terms of more of an asset management. What are we dealing with? What are the issues out there? Where you can take a objective look at things and say, okay, we're fixing this roadway because it's the worst roadway, not because this guy calls us 3 times a week and says it's horrible. Taking a step back and doing that. But in terms of spending the money to do this program and run through this program, I think we also need to look at, okay, what's a realistic funding source to be able to make these improvements? So it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg in terms of how we need to decide moving forward with this. Based on our experiences with Village of Rochester, trying to apply that to the Village of Chatham, looking at what commitment that the city of Springfield does for their roadways, ballpark estimate to pull together this system once, rate all the streets, walk them, inventory them, give them a rating, give them a category, break them all into sections in terms of manageable approach. We're looking at about 75,000 would be our gut reaction. Could be less, could be a little bit more, but we felt that was looking at all the numbers as a whole. That's for our plan, to develop that document, inventory that, work with Pat and the GIS system, which is a fantastic resource, getting all that into that system and just getting a comprehensive.
You won't give us the plan for free. This is what I'm trying to get the message. This is what, you won't? Okay.
I can give you a free plan. You're not.
Just make a point.
Yeah.
Now,
You change Rochester to Chatham.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun.
Nina, if you got the company that was gonna do the repairs, they might put the plan together for you for free.
I was just trying to make a point, right?
Yeah. So,
I mean,
there's a valid point in doing it. Like I said, the numbers that you're going to get out of it are going to be mind-blowing in terms of, okay, what would it take to fix all of the roadways in Chatham? It's a huge number. You're talking millions upon millions of dollars to do that. But also looking at maintenance. Now, Village of Chatham being a smaller community, I mean, you have people on staff. Barry and the street crew does a great job. He travels the streets. He knows what they are. He knows what the worst are. But also looking at maintenance, always these, bad roads always get the attention. Let's put the money into this. This is the worst road. We need to deal with this and move forward. So this system would also help identify maybe those roads that, okay, this road doesn't look too bad. Why are we doing anything with it? But if we don't do anything with it today, in 5 years, will be as bad as the other ones.
Now, when you did this for Rochester,
Yes.
were you able to use it like summer intern help to design the roads or?
You can, it's possible, but the thing is, the people that are looking at the roads have to be the same people, otherwise you don't get a uniform approach in looking at it, because I could look at one street and say, that's horrible, and you're looking at it going, oh, something's wrong with it. So, you know, you have to be consistent all the way through. For example, City of Springfield, what they do is a rotation. They do the concrete and oil and chip roads one year, and then they go back the next year and do all the HMA asphalt roads. And it's a cycle, and they have 3 people on staff, and it takes them about a month and a half to 2 months to go through the entire city of Springfield and reevaluate that on a biannual basis. So it's a time commitment, because you gotta look at it. The first time's the worst, because going out there and inventorying everything the first time, everything's new. Once you go out for subsequent years, then it's like, yeah, this road didn't get that much worse, you know, I'd still rate it at a 5 versus a 6. But, you know, the thing is, once you do it once, now it has a time frame. Because if you're not doing anything to those roadways, and you're not maintaining those roadways, or you're not actively pursuing, you know, improvements on those roadways, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, that document is pretty much obsolete, and you have to go out and reevaluate everything again. So once again, it is a kind of an annual or biannual, or, you know, every 3 years, have to go out and look at the roadways again, reevaluate those, do an inventory, and update the data that you have.
And I think one of the thoughts possibly is having some Chatham's crew go out with you, sort of educate them on so that as we look at the annual reviews, they have a better understanding of things they should be looking for and how they should be rating, so that it now becomes a little bit more internal, I believe.
Correct, and then that can be turned over definitely to the village of Chatham. I've been working with the street crews recently in terms of developing a patching program and getting the village crews to kind of step up their game in terms of doing maintenance on roadway projects. And it's been working out very well. I'll give you an example in the parking lot. So yeah, it's.
Where are we on sales tax here in Springfield? We're lower, but how much lower is?
8 1/4 versus 6.
Oh, you meant, I thought you meant overall total. I can't imagine how much sales tax.
No, I'm saying,
Yeah.
no, I'm saying versus. Yeah, I think you're right, that sounds right. Okay, I'm proud of you.
9 1/4.
So, I mean, I think that's, yeah. You know, I think right now,
It would be, yeah, I mean, something absolutely would happen. It would be.
still staying lower, but making sure.
It would be a referendum.
That's what my next question is, a referendum.
Yeah, it has to go through referendum.
What's the timeline we have that? Is it 120 days prior to, or no, we can do whatever?
If we tried to get it on the April ballot, could we make it?
Oh, you could easily make it on the April ballot. If it's passed, you could implement it in October.
So it'd have to be October the latest?
Well,
No.
you can implement it in October 2017.
But when's the latest we have to put up, get everything together for the ballot?
January.
Yeah, I think it's January, December.
Remember looking at
Yeah,
That's an easy enough thing to pull up on the.
Does it?
I know Rochester did the same
They
thing.
do the same thing.
They actually put a questionnaire out, you know, how important are good roads to you? Would you be willing to, you know, a sales tax increase, you know, to fund that? Yes, they rated good roads as a high, super high priority for them. No, we're not paying for it.
Oh.
That's a pretty practical
Yes.
response.
And they did, and then they shot it down. I mean, they understood, they looked at the document, you know, they had sticker shock. I mean, you can look through that and kind of apply it to Village of Chatham and going, your roads are in a similar condition. You're gonna look at those numbers and go, what do you mean we need $5 million?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people realize that.
But
But
yes.
at the same time, it is a planning tool so
Yes.
that you take a look and say, okay, I can spend $1 on this road and keep it in good shape for the next 5 years. If I can go ahead and spend $10 on this road and get another 3 years. So do I spend $1 on several roads that are in fairly decent shape to keep them out of the categories of a 1, knowing that I've got limited funds? So it is an excellent planning tool just to know where to spend your money. And yes, the roads that are 1, you go, sorry, the money's not there. They're going to remain a 1. They can't get any worse.
And, you know, and if you look at the new roads that are going in now, the design is so much better than what we were putting in before, that it will give us a break sometime in the future, because those won't be falling apart in that 8 to 10 year frame.
So we can still keep it, right?
We need to keep, but you know what, it's not necessarily seeming because if a developer comes in and tries to talk you into putting in a substandard road, or say, you know what, a couple areas where we have started out as a private road, and then the board voted to take it in as a village road, well, that's not fair. You make one developer follow these rules, this guy, he doesn't have to follow rules because it's a private road, and then they turn around and say, oh, we'll take that road in now. And now we're gonna be repairing that forever.
Just a question, I just had a community go through this 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they were looking at the electronic version of this, and that was about 3 times as much money as the.
Correct. Now, okay, there's a whole different level that you can do with these, okay? Depending on what you want to do. This Taser system that Springfield's using, Rochester used, is a visual assessment of the pavement. When you start getting into the electronic, Sangamon County uses a firm out of Champaign. It's a pavement expert firm. They go out there, they take tours, they do destructive and non-destructive testing on the pavement to evaluate that. So there's really 2 levels of, kind of what we're talking about. One is almost like, okay, if I had to rehabilitate this pavement from scratch, what would it take to do that? And you look at it on a pavement by pavement, section by section basis, and each segment of roadway may cost you, $2,500, $3,000, $5,000 just to get a recommendation for that segment of roadway by the time you do the physical testing and the research on that. Whereas, what we've talked to Terry about is, let's take a step back. Let's just use a visual inspection tool on that. We have a good feeling for kind of, if we're seeing this kind of crack, it probably means this, or if we're seeing this kind of, deterioration, it probably indicates this type of a problem and it should, be treated with A, B, or C. So this Taser system is a visual. There's no course, there's no testing associated with it other than going, yeah, let's give it a 4, let's give it a 5 based on these categories of what we're seeing at the surface.
And I just phrased that just so that the board is aware, you could spend a lot.
Yes.
A lot.
You can have a van to go along with videotape,
yes,
and then map the whole thing out, and it's built into the system telling you exactly what it's seeing, that this is a 3 and this one's a 2,
But we're at a factor of inflation.
Yes.
Exactly.
I think
The
the
state
next
uses
step
that.
is, and I don't know who does it or what we do, but we need to look at, if everybody's agreed, that the sales tax option or even the survey is another option. I mean, I think initially we came in, infrastructure was a big thing as well, next to water. That was a lot of people's concern with going on was the rate.
Jim, was this every road, so
Every road.
not just arterials?
No, that's every road in the village.
Okay.
So,
Well, I know you said, just as a ballpark, throwing it out there, if we did every road in Chatham, you got maybe $75,000. What if we just did arterials? What if we just did the major roads that we know people drive on? I live on a cul-de-sac. Let's not worry about cul-de-sacs right now. Let's worry about the big things. What would a ballpark be for that?
I mean, it's probably not gonna be, where you cut the roads in half, so it's half the price type deal, because you still have the setup, the analysis, and still going through the effort, but I mean, it depends on what the mileage of those are, what the percentage of everything is, so, I mean, we could look into that.
When's the last time we did a comprehensive plan?
Get a better feel for what that would be, we're talking.
Was it 96 or something, or it was like 2000 something? It's been 15 years or something, it's been a while.
I was on the board then.
The 2007
That's
was a
like
comprehensive
28,
plan.
35 years ago?
2007.
It's tired.
We did our MFT allocation this year, we did it based on only half of an expected payout, or half of a typical payout.
No,
We're back to getting what we're supposed to be getting.
No, but when we did our allocation, didn't we only budget to do that the MFT work with?
Yeah,
With
well-
the caution that we didn't think that we could get it all? Have we gone back up to
No.
the total that we're gonna receive?
The thing that's helping us is again, CMT's recommendation to have our guys do some of the work out there on Magnolia, instead of hiring a contractor to come out there and dig all that up, and then pull out the bad dirt, put in the rocks, compact it, pour the concrete, get it all ready to go, so that when they come in and scarify, we're gonna do that on Oakland too. So we're still experiencing a cost because, we have rebar, we have concrete, some time from our guys, not much, but.
Again, I guess, I get to the point of my question is, can you pay for a pavement grading system with MFT funds?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
So that possibility exists to be able to do a project like this without having to wait for another budget cycle.
Cherry doesn't, IDOT almost, weren't they close to requiring that we had some form of a pavement rating plan to even be able to participate in MFT at one time? They kicked it around.
No, it's more with federal funds. If you wanted to use your federal funds for things that were typically considered maybe maintenance, you had to come up with a pavement preservation plan, which is where this sort of leads to. And it could be just one road, or it could be all the roads, or anything in between. You as a local agency, you decide what your pavement preservation plan is. Show us what you plan on doing in year 1, year 3, year 5, so forth, and you update it every couple of years. Then you can spend your federal funds on those pavement preservation plans, because you cannot use federal funds for maintenance.
That opened up something, tiger grants.
Tiger grants are.
Tiger grants, state, or is that the federal?
It comes from the feds. They're basically usually the bigger projects. And the only one that's been local that I'm aware of is Carpenter Street, underpass. And I think Springfield is hoping to get another round for the next part of the 11th Street.
So we're looking at an option to do the rest of the sales tax, because, I know just by being on the roads, physically running, we got a lot of bad roads. We're gonna have to keep letting funding out, touch.
I know it's not a problem, with an election coming up, it's probably not popular to turn around and say that the board is for, looking at a sales tax, increase, but, I think if you turn around and make sure that the story's told that it's to repair roads, and only repair roads, that you want to use those
I
funds for.
like that approach to the question, find out from people.
Well, you have to, like Joe said, it has to be accepted by a referendum. So you put the thing out there on the ballot, and we try our best to turn around and get the word out to everybody on why we need to do this.
Well, not only does it have to be a referendum, but you have to say the purpose.
Yeah.
And one of the purposes can be for infrastructure improvements. I mean, that's a very specific purpose that's listed in the statute that you can use it for. So you can't use it for the police, public safety, that's infrastructure improvements.
And then once you approve that ordinance and put that on the ballot, it's not like you can go out and campaign for it. I mean, it's just there.
Yeah.
So, I would say this would be something we can bring back some more information on. It's probably good for, that specific aspect of it. It all relates to this. But I think that would be a good discussion, for.
It's into that.
Yeah, for the future. the next one.
And that's one of the reasons I brought it up, is I think I know what the answer is going to be, as far as what it's going to cost to just maintain our roads as they are, let alone trying to improve any of them. But the question is, in order for the public to maybe buy into it, maybe they need to see the numbers. Rochester, they saw the numbers, they said, yeah, that's great, I'm sure the ones who lived on a #1 road said, I'm all for it. And those who are living on the 10s and the 9s and 8s and 7s go, my road's fine, I'm good. So that's one of the reasons I
brought it up, a couple months ago, that it's something that we really need to look into, and then whether or not, say, okay, is this something we try to bring in through MFT or something to go ahead and get started?
I just feel like, I don't know, it's, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Question
I get it,
one.
but I feel like when people are already there, they get it. You know what I mean? I don't know, that's what I feel the community.
Question one, I think we've got is, do we want to find the funds for CMT to do this PASER proposal that they have? To prepare a road analysis similar to the one that Jim handed out.
And I think you should look for that in next year's budget instead of this year's budget.
That's why I asked about
Yeah.
our current year MFT application, and if it's there.
I would rather put money this year into getting Oak Brook as much of that fixed up with full depth repair in the two main areas where we need to, and have those ready so next year's MFT program we can come in and grind and put a new surface over.
Is there a limit to how many times we can vote on this?
The sales tax? The sales tax?
Yeah.
Put it on the ballot.
So if I put on the ballot, and we didn't do this test, okay, we didn't do this information, and we just put out all the information that we have about, I mean, you've got some information correct, about our roads and where it's going towards, and it doesn't pass. So we're like, okay, we really don't have money for this. Then we're like, okay, we really need to put the budget and see where our comprehensive plan is for our roads. We put that in the budget next year if it doesn't pass, but it passes without it. Because I almost feel, I feel like that was such a big topic as well with water, that I think people are there, because they see it, they see the roads, they see the schools. I mean, that's the number one of the questions I'm out for, you can't have enough money for it.
So I think once you put on the ballot, I think.
But can we do it again, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
next year?
I think you can do it at the next election cycle.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Then you've got,
You need to put it on for November of the next year.
right,
Yeah, the next election cycle up here in April would be the February.
so you could do both back to back.
Yeah, and the way you word it is, shall the village of Chatham impose a sales tax for the purposes of infrastructure improvements at a rate of, and then you can go up to 1%. You can say 1/4%, 0.5%, 3/4%, or 1%. And you can say 1%, and then we're just gonna start with 0.5%. I mean, you can word that any way
So you can do do not exceed.
Yeah, you can say up to 1%.
Okay. So move on into the ADA transition.
So
Are we gonna drop that until next year then, or?
it's not an action item yet. This is a budget item for next year, for the next month.
Okay. And we'll bring back discussion on the sales tax, if that seems like there's some interest there.
You have
I think
additional
we should.
information you can provide.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not gonna be on the agenda?
No.
Okay.
Next, maybe you want.
And the street repair rating system is what? Will that be on the agenda?
That's
No.
an item for preceding year's budget. They're following.
Okay, it'll be the same, okay.
Yeah, doesn't need to be on. Continuing on the planning conversation. While we're talking about concrete and access points.
Yeah, basically, I guess the next thing is, the village of Chatham, from my understanding, does not have a true ADA, which is the Americans with Disabilities Act, transition plan. Basically, communities over, with employees, part-time and full-time, of over 50, are required to have something. And that's where you go out there and you see what your current system is, whether or not the sidewalks are proper width, proper slopes, if you have the proper ADA ramps at the various intersections. And it'd be great if all of a sudden money just fell out of the sky and we could do everything. So it's also a way to come up with a plan to try and take care of the areas where the most need is, which is typically going to be the downtown area, to schools to the library, various things where a lot of people go as a start. But then eventually, you need to expand it on out. So I guess one of my thoughts is, I actually had a conversation a little more than a month and a half or so ago with a resident who was saying that, she would love to be able to get to this one area from where she lives, but she can't because not having sidewalks there. And it's definitely a facility where a lot of people would end up going, whether or not you have a disability or not. So my thought is we create I'll say a citizens working group, and then having 1 or 2 board members to help facilitate that, to start coming up with a plan, determine where those needs might be, or we can turn around and ask CM&T to do it. I'm sure it's in the $50,000, $75,000 range once again, possibly.
While you're walking the streets, what more does it cost to look at the sidewalks and the curbing?
Well, I think it's a more aggressive, it's why we need to look at, we don't have the funds for it, we need to find the funds. So we can get it done right. It's not a citizens group, it's not a trustee who doesn't know what they're doing. Let's start paying our qualified people so we look like a nice town. But we need to get the funds.
And we do require all new subdivisions to meet all ADA, all the current ADA requirements. So as those new subdivisions come in, those sidewalks are put in to those standards, or at least they're attempted to be.
One of you guys can correct me, Jeff, or Jim can correct me if I'm wrong. But then the way the rules are, you build to the current ADA standard. And then ADA standards are constantly evolving and changing year after year. There is never a requirement to retrofit everything when they make a change.
It depends.
I won't say
go back.
I won't say never. Generally.
If we spend MFT funds that go into an intersection.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no requirement to universally go back and change everything in the town. But if you start working in an area where one of those access points is or something that's regulated by ADA, that's the point in time when you have to address it.
Well, it even goes further than that. So let's say you're working.
It always goes. The point is, it's not universal that every time it changes, you have to go and redo it.
And I guess the one thing I've learned is if you're working on a corner and you're just working on one corner of an intersection,
you're going to do all 4.
You have to do all 4 of them. You can't just do one. And I know I'm not against doing a transition plan, but Pat, how many full-time employees do we have at this time?
Full and part-time.
Full and part-time, but it does not include summer help and all that.
Let's see, some are help and some are not, but I would say we're probably between 50 and 55.
Okay, so we're right about there.
Yeah.
And I think that was things, we've always kind of not, we've looked at it and we've said that we do not have to have it at this time, but I think we're at a point in this community where it would be advantageous for us to not have this. And I think now we're at a point where it's probably required for us to have this.
Right, and I guess the other thing, for anyone who doesn't realize it, ADA is a civil rights issue. Basically, you deny someone the right to gain access someplace, you just take it away. State attorney's going to come in, Department of Justice is going to come in. And I know there was a city, a little bit bigger than us, just north of us, who got into big time trouble, and they were about ready to gain federal funds from them because of ADA issues. So, as far as coming up with a transition plan, you do need to have citizens input on it. And I guess that's where having that citizens working group to start with, they're going to say, okay, here are the key areas that we believe need to be looked at first and need to be improved. Now, as far as going out there and inventorying it and saying, yes, this meets ADA, no, this doesn't meet ADA, then yes, if we want to spend the money towards CM&T,
then, so be it. But I think there's also other ways we might be able to get that accomplished. But I think the initial portion, I believe we really want to have a citizens group involved.
Terry, does the regional planning commission, do they help with that?
I'm guessing probably not.
Yeah.
No, I think that's going to be something that's going to be more community.
The St. County had one. I made a copy of it. It's on there right now. We could essentially adopt it.
And I can tell you that,
Municipalities have already done it.
and I can tell you Peoria has a great one. So if you want to go and look at Peoria is like the one that is like the model that many communities.
But then I think at the same time, we need to make sure we're addressing the needs in Chatham.
Correct.
Because when the Attorney General comes, because they've had a complaint, one of the first things they're going to ask for is a transition plan. And you say, yes, right now, we've got this particular area planned for year 5. They'll say, okay, we understand. If you can make a few adjustments at this point, that'd be great. And they've been easy to work with, but they still have to uphold the law.
Yeah, I agree.
Just throw out there also, Angela in my office is working on some of the other labor and employment issues. She also does ADA stuff and is helping communities with those plans, so she'd be another resource if you were looking for somebody else to talk to about that.
Okay.
So I hear consensus that we want to get up to speed with doing the self-evaluation of it and then figure out which type of public access routes need to be cured.
I
Correct?
think we just get the citizens group going.
I believe so.
And then just go, keep it from there and see where we can go with the staff. That would be a big.
We talked today, this winter, when it starts getting cold, we have less construction going on and stuff like that. I'll send Eric out to GPS, all the different.
My next question is on this.
And then take digital photos of each one, and we can link that in the GIS then, the photo, so anybody can pull on any one and see what it is. And then I'm sure through history, somebody can look at it and says, oh, that's a circa 2006. Oh, this one's from 1998. So we'll know how many are 1998 type and how many are 2006 and how many are 2010 and stuff like that. So we'll know what we've got.
And that's what I was looking at, because my next question is, are they already mapped in the GIS system?
They are not.
They are not. So the first step in the thing is an inventory of all the public access routes. So all the slopes, every municipal facility is supposed to have one. So we have to, before we even get anybody involved, but they say one of the methods for taking that inventory is on-ground survey, windshield surveys, aerial photo studies, drawing reviews. So if you think you have staff available between fall and snow plowing to get that set.
I think either that or then in spring, we go back and get the rest of it and stuff, but.
I think it's something that can run concurrently. Getting, the citizens' input, here's areas that we believe we need to focus on, because we know there's sidewalks missing. Or we know just going out there across slopes like that just doesn't work for us. But at the same time, then actually getting the inventory and then sort of putting it all together to see what is there, what isn't, and say, okay, here's the areas that we're looking at. And yes, we're good there, and we're 3/4 of the way there.
So we, as a staff, will start the collection process. You, as a board, if you want to put a committee together, can start on that process and how you guys want to approach that.
I guess what I would recommend, you start recruiting people that might be of interest in doing it. My recommendation would be, you probably don't want to bring the volunteer citizens group in until you've at least got some inventory taken. It's a spot where you have pictures and with, at least some kind, there's gotta be some structure to it, whether it's quickly falls to
I
the
would
wayside.
think you would at least read on that one, section 7, public involvement, so that at least you knew what the public was gonna get involved in and what input you want from them. So, once you know what section 7 is saying, then you can take those steps to start getting the public involved. Whether you have a public hearing, or whether you put a group together, or a combination of both.
I just don't wanna have people start coming in without anything to do.
Oh, yeah.
What the public's gonna do is they're gonna give you, what are your priority routes, where are we missing sidewalk, more of the big picture type stuff, where are the areas that you need to focus. Whereas if we start inventorying things, you know, looking at deficient handicap ramps, looking at, you know, areas of disjointed, segmented sidewalk that you can't physically pass through, or cross slopes that are not up to speed. So there's kind of a couple of different layers there. One is.
Well, the technical side, you're not gonna get somebody going
No,
out, because the
exactly.
slope is off 2 degrees.
No, but the public is, yeah, that's who you're asking.
So if you're in a wheelchair your whole life and you know what you're going up against, and you're.
Well, I think that's where we say, here's the biggest areas where I have.
Yeah, here's where we need, here's where the focus is, the priorities, and then start working up from there. Like Terry said, that's what the public information group's gonna do. Whereas for more of the technical stuff in terms of, you know, this crosswalk does not meet current standards, or, you know, this section of sidewalk has, you know, disjointed panels or missing sections. You know, addressing those defects or standard that are out of date, dealing with it from that aspect. So, kind of a meld between the two, and then that sets the priority going forward.
Ready to move on to pickleballs?
Carry this for further discussion.
Yes.
Next committee.
Yeah.
Thanks, Judy. Thank you. Good evening. You get a gold star for staying to the end.
All right.
Had
Well,
requests
so
lately for pickleball courts. I thought about having our guys get the dimensions, go out there and try painting it on
I've
themselves.
already passed this on to Nick, Frankie. Well, like 2 weeks ago, and one week this group that basically paid for it and talked to him, so he's meeting with them initially.
Well, I've got the quotes.
So did you do all this? Okay, good, I was like.
Yeah, but I've got all the quotes, so
Okay.
it's not cheap.
Yeah.
And, first off, I asked him for a quote to resurface the basketball courts, because those have never been resurfaced. And actually, there's wood hubs that were put out there when they were setting the grade that are starting to work their way through the asphalt that somebody can trip on. So, just the quote to repair, resurface, recoat, and stripe the basketball courts, $13,200. It's not cheap. The cheapest thing was to be able to turn, of the 6 tennis courts we have, they would overlay pickleball lines on 3 of them. Pressure wash them, fill cracks, touch up the acrylic, repaint the lines, and stripe out, overlay of pickleball courts on the 3 north ones. It's a little over $9 grand to do that. The lady that gave me these quotes, she said that that's their number one request anymore is pickleball courts. Nobody wants tennis courts, they want pickleball courts. And they don't like retrofitted pickleball courts. They don't like where it was a tennis court and then you just lower the net down and try and work it. It just doesn't work. There's too much space for the ball to run out, and they spend more time chasing the ball. And so she gave me a quote to actually turn 3 of our tennis courts into 8 pickleball courts. So we would keep 3 tennis courts and then take the other 3 and actually turn them into full-blown, completely designed, resurfaced, everything, pickleball courts. $37,800. So if you know that there's groups, and that's what she told us, she said that a lot of these groups will pay whatever because they want to have leagues, they want to have teams.
And that's, and they mentioned even, have you been talking to Nick at all?
I talked to one gentleman and I thought he was going to be here tonight.
Because they even mentioned like, they'll run the leagues and bring
Oh, yeah.
money into the village, and they're like, well, But it's huge for local populations, we don't have a lot for them to do around here. Big law.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying that the number was a little higher than what I thought.
I'm surprised by that too, but yeah, I'm surprised how, it's crazy, I mean, these people are crazy about pickleball.
Okay, I have to ask a question. What is pickleball?
I don't know, but it's crazy.
It's like if you took ping pong and tennis and they had a baby, it would be pickleball.
Took what in tennis?
Ping pong.
Ping pong.
I think if they could come up with a plan.
It's tennis with a wiffle ball on a smaller court with a lower net.
If the gentleman that is leading this group would like to get with me and I can show him some of the prices and if it fits into their scheme.
Because even if it's coming back to us, I mean, it'd be nice to have something like that coming back and see, you know, they're gonna run it, I mean, I know a few people who were ahead of that and they're an for
The people that took care of the courts though, or that have been out there in the past, they said we are not doing ourselves a favor by having those evergreens surrounding those courts.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
The needles, the sap, everything else just adds to the problem out there.
Don't we have the schools still using those courts?
Dave asked me that. I think they said somebody said when they have one large tournament here, sometimes the overflow go out there and play.
I've seen it there like three times this year.
Yeah, at least.
So,
Well,
I
then
know,
the board is gonna have a tough decision whether they want to keep the school happy or whether they want to keep the pickle. Yeah, so I'm not getting in the middle of that.
I'm not either, I don't want to go about the league.
I am quite interested to know like, how many people, what is the real pickleball plan?
It's crazy.
My dad, every other word in the last 2 weeks I've been talking to him, every other word is pickleball. He's done several pickleball groups, meet up groups, they talk about pickleball, they play pickleball, and
It's crazy.
Springfield's converting.
I know they're doing some of them.
They did all of Isles and now they're doing Douglas too.
Yeah, that's, I guess if you're gonna make a decision, you gotta know it's just the pickleball demand outweigh the tennis.
Because if the school uses those to have overflow, that just means that they either have to invite less kids to play or they have to extend their hours and it's their courts, not our courts. So.
It's huge, I mean, I have.
Play on
time
Saturday,
it's ever-
I'm guessing the ball is kind of a yellowish green color.
No, it's like, it looks like a wiffle ball.
I wonder why it's called pickleball.
So it's not a pickle.
Well, I assumed it wasn't.
So are you saying
The
that,
urban legend is that it was done at a pickle factory.
We're getting a good let's
Focus for you. I think we meet with them.
What do you got, Joe? What do you got?
I was gonna say, so you're saying that if the guys are okay with it, then the ball's in our court to make the decision of whether to.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Just find out more and like usually.
So if I can find somebody to fund this, we'll move forward. And then I'll definitely gonna put the basketball courts in because the lady that is taking care of these said that those 6 courts, the tennis courts, were constructed in 1992. And remember when the board voted, was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
It was the first time that they had done anything to it.
That's the other question I got. There's a part of me that remembers there being some kind of grant or rebate or something associated with that project redoing those courts. And we probably ought to look and make sure there are no provisions that are still active.
Is there, speaking of basketball courts, is there a reason why we can't keep the lights on longer? Like there's no houses around them whatsoever. I mean.
Right now, I think that the ordinances in Chatham is the parks close at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Curfew's 10 too.
If the board wants to change that to 11.
I was gonna did that. I mean, it's like I said, nobody's being affected by those lights. So.
We might have to JR back there quickly.
Does somebody have a comment? I'm open to hear it.
We have
You
to
guys
learn
are
that
the
even.
officer.
I would say you'd have more issues keeping it open later.
I hear people all the time requesting open labor. Adults and kids.
Curfew's 10 though, correct?
For kids. Depends on what day it is. So I mean,
One more item.
well, I mean, is there an issue why they couldn't be on labor?
Oh, no.
It's too late, yeah, you can't play more.
Yeah.
The board just would have to say that that park can stay open till whatever, you guys decide.
13.
13.
So
This one's important. Well, they're all important.
Are we
But-
dropping number 12, because that's.
It stays on the committee, it stays at a committee.
Okay.
Over the last month or so, I've had requests for zoning for microgroup. This gentleman wanted to do it in his house. I told him, I said, I don't think, because he was making it in cakes and they're gonna sell it. I said, I don't think you can do that in your house. So I talked to Jeff, we need to come up with a zoning for like a winery or a microgroup. We don't really have that, where you can make the products and then take them and sell them in bulk, or maybe you can sell them on the premises. That if you sell on the premises, it would fall under our tavern, our restaurant license. But this is strictly for making it and taking it somewhere else, and then they sell it somewhere else. So that was one of the items. Doing the annexation project that we've been working on out there off the Old Indian Trail and Palm Road. I've come across a few people that would like to annex to the village, but they currently have animals, and their lots are, 5, 8 acres and stuff like that. Would the village consider putting together a zoning for lots, say, and I just threw this number out, 5 acres or larger, that would allow certain types of animals? So you could have horses on it, maybe a cow,
I thought,
Don't we have that already?
I thought we had that out there with Larry Reynolds' property out far west.
Larry Reynolds' property is zoned as zoo.
No, I mean, out on Mansion Road.
That's not inside the village limits.
No, there's one inside that's.
What about South Park?
There is.
I don't think his house is in the village limits.
No, I mean, there's one on Mansion, because it was sold in the city, it's that White House that's for sale, 'cause I looked at it for art course, it's got.
But it's not inside the
No, that
village.
one's inside the village.
And it's on Mansion
On the
Road?
inside, yeah, it's on the inside, you sure?
Way down there by Broadus, that's on a pre-annexation agreement, but it's not inside the village limits.
Oh.
Once you become inside the village limits, our ordinance says no
That would.
farm animals.
But what is Bill Clem's? Is it agriculture?
He's not in. His house is
So
not inside.
Parkview is in, but Bill Clem is not.
Even the subdivision behind him is in. It's just surrounded because he wanted to have horses and no one forced him, which I don't blame him. But I don't know how many acres he has there. But I think that's something that the village ought to think about. Okay?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. And the other one is currently storage units. Rental storage units falls under industrial. I've been approached a couple times about having storage units in more of commercial areas near residential so that people aren't having to drive way out on Route 4 and pull into an area. So me and Ryan have been talking about this, that we could come in, create a new zoning for storage units, decide what the pavement needs to be, what the lighting needs to be, what the landscaping needs to be, the type of fencing that we're requiring. We can put all of that as a requirement into that zoning type, so that if someone picked a spot, maybe off of Route 4, that the board or anyone else wouldn't want to be industrial, you could make it some type of a business spot that storage units could actually go with. Because right now, our teeth for the storage units is pretty much, yeah, you can put them out there. And that's what we have on Route 4 right now. There's no fence, there's no paving, minimal lighting.
Someday landscaping. might be coming.
It's a gravel road into it. So,
So adding zoning, public hearing required.
Yes, all of these still have to have a public hearing, have to go through that
but I
process.
wanted to bounce it off you
Then it'll
guys
come back to the board.
before,
Public
just to
hearing
get an
with the planning
idea.
commission, correct?
Say that again.
Public hearings with the planning commission.
So these would be basically staff initiated.
So we want to see 3 staff initiated zoning proposals.
At least, and if you guys can think of anything else that maybe somebody's approached you about, or I was gonna have Jeff take a look too at some of the other communities he takes care of. There's gotta be some things out there that
Paul has this idea that he wants to do it himself. No?
What am I doing?
but, you know, if there's some businesses out there that are not in our book, let's figure out where we wanna put them in those books.
So you and Ryan will work on drafts of those. You guys want to see the drafts before they go to public hearing?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Terry, yes.
So run a draft ordinance by you guys before we take it to the planning commission and the public hearing.
Yes, just, I think that speeds some of it up, because if there's something you see that needs to have, you can get it in before the public hearing.
I think that would make it easier for us when we're trying to do some of these annexations out in the rural areas.
Sorry, did we miss it?
Nope.
So will that, draft ordinance be gone over at the next committee of the whole?
Hopefully I'll have it.
Yeah.
by then.
Any additional
About a month.
business?
Motion to adjourn. I'll second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Is this our longest meeting ever?
No,
We went to 11 one night. didn't
we did.
Yeah.
We did. That was the first meeting after the 2015 change.
Sorry to hit you with all that stuff at one time, but it takes, when we only have 1 meeting, 2 meetings a month now.
Yeah, I know. Does anybody need an agenda?
Good job. Some restrictions on. I have to ask you. I have to ask you.
Okay, that was hysterical. I was like, oh God. She talking to you, she probably talking to you.
We're there over 2 hours.
I know, I can't believe that, that's crazy.
I would not have been happy.
Yeah, I could believe that took that long.
That's not the dinner.